A confirmation for the audio, please, guys. If you're able to hear me out perfectly well, kindly confirm the same. Thank you. So, hello, a very warm good evening to all of you, and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another session of Geography, a portion of Indian geography, where we shall be further looking into the portion of physiographic divisions of the country, and then we shall be moving into the river systems as well, and the drainage patterns that you generally end up observing. So, what is it that we looked at yesterday? Yesterday, we basically talked about the Himalayan system, that is the northern and the northeastern mountains. Then we talked about the formation of the northern plains, where we observed the formation of a four deep, and that is what led to the formation of the northern plains as a very fertile deposit. Then we also looked at the existence of the Thar Desert. Why is it that you have the presence of a Thar Desert? Why is the region of Western Rajasthan is something that you have creation of a desert? Because there is a significant lack of rainfall which is observed. Then basically we looked at the formation, the various different regions of Peninsular Plateau. How did they come into existence? Where we also saw that different areas were created at a different time. And you had the regions of Chota Nagpur Plateau, the Bastar Plateau, the Karnataka Plateau, the region of Aravalis and Bundelkhand, they were created the first. And then due to a volcanic hotspot eruption near the Reunion Islands in southern Indian Ocean, you had the formation of the Deccan Traps. And also we looked at the significant formation of a fault line, which also happened as you had the Indian landmass colliding with the Eurasian landmass. That created the Rajmahal Garo Gap, or what is referred to as Malda Gap, in the portion around the region of Bangladesh, and also around the western part, that is across the region of the western coastline. There also you had the creation of a fault line which led to the subsidence of a significant amount of landmass, and that is why the continental shelf in that region is significantly wider as well. So here, that is what we have talked about, that is what we have looked at. Now in the portion of physiography, we'll talk about the eastern and the western ghats, the coastline and the islands, how they have been basically created. So here, first of all, we talk about the region of the ghats. Now, what are these ghats? Ghats is a term that you will find to be used quite significantly and prominently, and which tend to refer to an area where there is a change in elevation, sudden change in elevation, eventually leading to a plain region. That is what you find as a usage of the term ghats. Now, eastern and the western ghats, they basically form the boundary of the Peninsular Plateau. In both of these areas, they form the boundaries to the Peninsular Plateau. Kiran, I am done with optional, but I am not confident in GS. Should I give attempt this year? Absolutely yes. Still you have enough time to give the attempt this year. Still you have enough time. If you have completed an optional, still you have enough time to cover the rest of the portions, multiple revision. Anil, is it any particular states where we find only Bhabar, Tarai and Khadar? No, you find a mixture of all of them. Wherever you have the river systems, you have all of them in prominence, right? It is not as if in this state only Tarai is present, in this state only Khadar is present. No, that is not there. So these eastern and the western ghats, they form the boundaries to the Peninsular Plateau. And these eventually lead to the coastal plains, that is the eastern coastal plain as well as the western coastal plain. Now, these ghats, They have been in existence for a long period of time. Now, out of each of them, just by taking a look at this image itself, you can have some amount of conclusions of your own. For example, when you take a look at the Western Ghats, which are also referred to as the Sahyadris, you will observe that the Western Ghats, they are quite regular and are significantly continuous as well. They are almost unbroken. Whereas in the case of Eastern Ghats, you'll find that there are significant amount of gaps which are prevalent, right? And Eastern Ghats, they are not significantly as steep as you find in the case of Western Ghats. Why? Because the Eastern Ghats, they are much, much older. Typical formations in the region of Eastern Ghats, all the way from the south of the Chota Nagpur Plateau to the east of the region of Bastar Plateau to the region of Karnataka Plateau, across the eastern part, you will find that there are a lot more older areas. Now, older areas means that they would have gone through multiple different phases of erosion and weathering activity. Now, the region across the Western Ghats, most of that has been created as a result of a recent volcanic eruption, that is the Deccan Plateau, the Deccan Trap. So that is why it is still very rugged. And moreover, the slope of the plateau in general is what, when we talk about the slope of the Peninsula Plateau, slope of Peninsula Plateau is what is from west to east. So that means major river systems in the peninsula, they will originate in the west and they will flow to the east, isn't it? Rivers originate in the west, and flow to the east. So as a result of that, the rivers will carry out maximum erosion. Where? In the eastern part. That is why you will find that Eastern Ghat is broken. It is not continuous. It is broken and is having gaps in various different places. For example, where you have the Krishna and the Godavari rivers moving, where you have Mahanadi, where you have Kaveri river which moves. So in all of these areas, the Eastern Ghats will indicate a kind of a gap in presence. So that is the feature. Now here, Eastern Ghats, if you take a look at the aspect of the Eastern Ghats, they have been created much, much earlier. They are very, very old, millions of years old, hundreds of millions of years old. And they have been created, the estimates are that the first time when you had the Chota Nagpur and the Bastar region coming together, that is where you had the formation of the Eastern Ghats that started taking place. So that is how you had the presence of the Eastern Ghats in existence. Whereas the Western Ghats is very steep, wall-like formation, isn't it? In the case of the Western Ghats, you will find very steep wall-like formation. Why? Because when we talk about the region of the Western Ghats, so we have talked about it yesterday, that how the western part underwent a change when Indian landmass collided with the Eurasian landmass and you had the creation of the Himalayas. So we observed and we looked at the fact that significant portion of the landmass in the west that subsided due to the creation of the fault line. So you had the Indian landmass indicated. Indian landmass was something like this. And you had, at the time of collision, the development of a fault line which happened across this area. And that is why this region simply underwent a subsidence. And if you take a look at it from a cross-sectional point of view, so how will it look like? How will it appear? So imagine that the ancient Indian landmass, let's suppose, would have indicated a kind of a feature somewhat like this. With this being the west and this being the east. Let's suppose. Now, you had a development of a fault line here. With the development of fault line, that meant a development of a crack here. A crack appeared here, isn't it? And that meant what? This portion simply underwent or simply subsided and went underneath the sea level. So, what it translates into in the present day, if you will look at it in the present scenario, this has come under water. And in fact, here you will observe closer to the coastline, somewhat like this. And that means in this particular region, significant portion has subsided, and that is underneath the oceanic area. Now this is the subsided portion. Subsided portion. Now, when it has underwent or when it has gone underneath the water body, so this has formed a part of the continental shelf. Continental shelf. So that is why you'll come across the fact that the continental shelf in the western part is significantly broader and wider as compared to the continental shelf in the eastern part, right? Always keep that in mind. Whenever you find this question to be asked from you anywhere, that why is it that the continental shelf in the western part is broader, despite the fact that the land masses above the land, they indicate a steep characteristic, so that means the water should be very deep. The continental shelf is wider and broader because a portion of land has subsided. Whereas, if you take a look at the ocean bottom relief across the eastern part, they will indicate something different. They will indicate something different here. So if this, you can think about here being the water body. Let's suppose this is the water body. And here, this is the water body. This is your region of Bay of Bengal. And this is your Arabian Sea. Right? Now let's develop a concept out of it. Now, what can we say about the depth of water immediately across the western coast and immediately across the eastern coast? Where do you think closer to the coastline is the water going to be deeper? Is it going to be deeper across the eastern coast, near the coastline, or is it going to be deeper across the western coastline? What do you think? Shivam, you are correct. Kivika, you are also correct. Abhishek, you are correct. Arindam, you are also correct. Sai, Manali, Devishri, Umesh, Gulam, Binita, you are correct. So near the coastline, if you observe, in this region of the coastline, water is going to be deeper near the western coastline. Okay? Because in the region around the eastern coastline, you will find that there is a gradual slope. So that means nearer the coastline, near to the coastline across the east, you will find a land formation somewhat like this. Even if the continental shelf does not extend for long, even if we talk about the continental shelf across the Eastern Ghats, it only extends for around 50 kilometers, right? Not beyond that. Whereas in the case of the western coastline, it can extend up till 150 to 200 kilometers in certain cases as well. But nonetheless, across the eastern coast, the water is very shallow. isn't it? Now, here, let us develop the feature here. So if the water is shallow and in another place the water is deep right next to the coastline, where do you think does the ideal condition lie for the construction of ports and harbors? Is it across the western coast or the eastern coast? Out of these two, where do you think ideally the ports and harbors can be constructed? Very good. Across the western coastline. Why? What is the requirement of a port or a harbor? A port or a harbor is ideally constructed where the ships can enter right up till the coast. In the case of the eastern coastline, the ships won't be able to enter beyond this because the ships will have a certain kind of depth as well. Right? I hope we are aware, we have this much amount of understanding that all the large ships that you see which are floating about, they have a significant portion of it underwater as well. Okay, I hope we understand that. So that is why they will never come across the shallow coastline, whereas they will always come across the areas where you have deeper coastline. And where is it that the coastline has deeper waters? Across the western coast. That is the reason why, because of the formation and the creation of this kind of a landscape, that is the reason why you will find naturally the land to be more suitable for construction of ports and harbors across the western coastline, whereas naturally it is not suitable across the eastern coastline. Now, does not mean there does not exist any port or harbor across the eastern coastline. There does exist various different ports and harbors, but for that you need to dig this area to make it deeper. Right? Near Chennai, you have the Kamarajar port, and that Kamarajar port requires a regular deepening activity as well, dredging activity by which you deepen the water channel. Whereas in the western part and the western coastline, that is not required. The only exception which prevails in the region of the eastern coastline is that of Vishakhapatnam. It is only around Vishakhapatnam where you have the waters being very deep near the coastline. That is why across the eastern coastline, you will find that Vishakhapatnam has been made as the headquarters of the Eastern Naval Command as well. And you have submarines which visit very close to the coastline of Vishakhapatnam as well. So that is one of the features that you will find associated with the formation. Now here, when we talk about the western coastline, these are what are referred to as escarpments. Escarpments. Escarpments, they are not hills, they are not mountains. They are steep wall-like feature created due to fault line. They are steep wall-like features to be present or which are formed as a result of faulting activities. As a result of the faulting process, a steep wall-like feature that is created, that is what is referred to as an escarpment in general. So you'll find that across the western coastline, there is formation or there is a presence of an escarpment in general. Okay. Now that is why when you have rain-bearing winds coming from the region of Arabian Sea, they are immediately uplifted and they lead to formation of very dense cumulonimbus clouds, causing very heavy rainfall because there is a straight-like feature, wall-like feature. So that is why the western coast, they receive very heavy rainfall and you have high events or high frequency of cloudbursts, and those cloudbursts lead to landslide as well. Whereas you won't find many features or events of landslides or cloudbursts across the Eastern Ghats. Why? Because the feature is slightly gradual in slope. Why is it gradual in slope? Because it is very old. And that is why it has gone through multiple different phases of erosion and weathering activity as well. Okay? Yes, Umesh, that is correct. That is why the entire aspect of building the Vizhinjam port in Kerala, that also has been talked about, because in the region where you have the said construction of Vizhinjam port, there, closer to the coastline, the depth of the water is close to around 20 to 25 meters. That is how deep the water is at Vizhinjam in Kerala. And that is a very unique quality which you don't find in the nearby neighboring competing countries as well. Very close to Vizhinjam, you have the Colombo port, which is utilized by majority of the large carriers of large ships in the world. Now, the Colombo port has got a depth of around 10 to 15 meters. In the eastern coastline, in general, you will find the depth to be at max around 10 meters. So that is why in India, you won't find till today in India, the largest vessels, the largest ships of the world, they cannot come to India. They cannot berth in India because the land or the water is not deep enough near the coastline. The Panamax carriers, as they are referred to, the Panamax carriers. Right, the Panamax grade of ships, the ultra large carriers, they cannot come close to India. That is why the government had been trying to construct, the state government as well as the central government, they had been trying to construct the Vizhinjam port in Kerala. Once that Vizhinjam port gets constructed, that will be very, very beneficial because it lies very close to international sea lanes. This is where you'll find the presence of the Vizhinjam port in this region. So that is why, and it is said that once that port is constructed, it has the potential and the possibility to put the Colombo port out of business, to take significant amount of volume of business away from the Changi port in Singapore as well. That is how strategically important and economically relevant the development of that port is. Okay? Now, that is the aspect of these Ghats. So Western Ghats demarcates the westernmost extent of the Peninsula Plateau. It forms an escarpment on its western slopes, thereby being able to influence rainfall along the western coast as well. It was formed due to submergence of a part of land into the sea. Western Ghats are locally known by different names such as Sahyadri in Maharashtra, Nilgiri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and Anamalai and Cardamom in the region of eastern part of Kerala. They are comparatively higher in elevation and more continuous. That is, the stretch is more continuous. UPSC had asked a question from this in UPSC examination in the prelims of 2017, if I'm not mistaken. And the question was, through how many states do you find the Western Ghats to be passing through? Right? So what do you think? How many states are there through which the Western Ghats pass through? Think about it. How many states are there? Let's think about it. So start with Kerala, then part of Tamil Nadu as well, Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, Shrikant, you are correct. And Umesh, you are also Shamil. Umesh, you are correct. Tamil Nadu, eastern part of the western part of Tamil Nadu, and also southern part of Gujarat. These are the states through which the Western Ghats is present. So you have in total 6 states. Okay, so that is what you find. In these states, you have the presence of majority of the candidates, around 99.9% of the candidates, even those who cleared the examination with good rank. Many of those I know who marked it the answer as 5, because many of them, they got confused whether it is present in South Gujarat or not. The rest of the states, everybody, most of the students, majority of the students were aware of the rest of the states. It was only the doubtful part was about South Gujarat. That is where majority of the students committed mistakes, right? Now, then when we talk about the Eastern Ghats, so they run from northern Odisha through the portion of Andhra Pradesh up till Tamil Nadu in the south, passing through some portions of Karnataka as well, the southeastern part of Karnataka. They are eroded and cut through four major river systems, that is Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri. Some of the important ranges include Javadi, Palakonda, Nalamalla, Mahendragiri Hills. Then you have Chevroy. These are few of the parts of the Eastern Ghats. The Eastern and the Western Ghats meet each other at the Nilgiri Hills. There you have the Nilgiri protected area or the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve as well. So that is why Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve is so very important, because that is where it provides the passage of all the tigers and the elephants from the region of Eastern and the Western Ghats, and they do travel that long distance. So that is where even the Nilgiris, they are very relevant and very important environmentally and ecologically as well. Okay? Seni, my dear friend, please don't put such vague statements. I am confused with Tamil Nadu. Why are you confused with the Acha, Western Ghats is in 5 states or not? No, it is in 6 states. Western Ghats is in 6 states. And as per UPSC as well. Difference between deeper and shallow feature. Shallow, Priyanka, shallow means water is not deep enough. Deeper means water is deep enough. So closer to the coastline in the region of the west coast, because the land has subsided, that is why water is deep enough. Closer to the coastline because the slope is not deep in the eastern part, that is where you have shallower coastline in the eastern coast. Okay. Amit, Western Tamil Nadu is considered as part of, it has the presence of Western Ghats there as well. Look at this. Look at this image here. The Western Ghats, this particular portion, this lies in which state? This lies in Tamil Nadu, isn't it? So that is why you have Tamil Nadu also included there. Okay? Right? In the case of Eastern Ghats, Yasir, when we talk about Eastern Ghats, that is generally to be found in the region of Odisha, some parts of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. That is where Eastern Ghats are to be found. Then we talk about the coastal plains, that is beyond the Ghats and immediately before the water body. Observe the continental shelf region. Observe how wide and how broad the continental shelf area does exist. Now, continental shelf is wider or broader across the western coastline. Why? Because you have the subsidence of land which has happened, that has formed the continental shelf. So that is the reason, because there has been subsidence of land and water has prevailed in that region. That is why western coastline you will find to be very narrow, whereas the eastern coastline comparatively is significantly much broader, right? The eastern coastline you will find that is broader. Now, how is this coastline formed? Or these coastal plains, how are they created? These are created largely as a result of depositional action. So they are created, plains are created as a result of depositional action. Okay. Some portions of Telangana, the boundary regions, yes, around the region of Telangana plateau, that is where you will find the presence of it. Okay, Shrikant. So it is created as a result of the depositional action generally. Now, when we talk about the depositional action, they have been, how is it that this deposition has been carried out? Through the small seasonal streams, the runoffs, as well as the presence of rivers. So mostly rivers and small streams. Okay. Now, because mostly the rivers move from where? From west to east. So where is it that deposition will be more? Deposition will be more in the east as the rivers drain into that area. That is one of the reasons why you will find that the eastern coastal plain is much broader, whereas the western coastal plain, that is much narrower. Now, most of you, while you would have read history as well, or when you read history, throughout the ancient and the medieval times, you will find that there has been a lot of competition to gain access across the eastern coastline. Some portions of western coastline as well, but there has been a lot of competition to gain access across the eastern coastline, and those kingdoms which have ruled across the eastern coastal area, they have typically been very powerful and very prosperous. That is because the eastern coastal area, that is so very fertile, it can support multiple different crops in the same year. That is why even if you take a look at the mighty kingdoms that India had, for example, the Cholas, now all of them, they basically relied upon the agricultural produce which could happen across the coastal areas and the coastal plains. Western coastline was basically contested only to get access to trading routes. That is why Western coastline was contested. Western coastline was never contested for agricultural activities, but Eastern coastline was always. Now, when we talk about the evolution and the formation, you have to understand that over the passage of time, this significant particular portion in the region of the Eastern Ghats, or the Eastern coastal plain, historically they lied underwater. Significant portion of the Eastern coastal plain, at one point of time, they were underwater. And slowly and steadily, as the glacial age came and passed on, so you had some areas which emerged above water. During the last glacial age and the glacial age before that as well, significant portion of India was also impacted when India was very much in the southern hemisphere. So that is when you had the glacial activities occurring across these areas, creating many different glacial landforms in the process. Recently, you would have heard about another area of prominence in the region of Vishakhapatnam, that is Erammati Deblu. Now, that is the glacial deposit which is present in the region of Vishakhapatnam, which again indicates to you that historically this region has experienced during the Ice Age glacial activity. So the eastern part has emerged above water, whereas what about the western part? That has submerged due to the creation of the fault line. So when we talk about eastern part, eastern coast emerged above water, whereas when we talk about western coast, result of submergence. Submergence, right? Now here, as it has emerged above water, due to obviously endogenic forces, it has slightly emerged above water. That has further aided the fact that the continental shelf is very narrow across the coastline. But as we saw in the case of Rajasthan, apply the same logic here as well. That if an area has lied underwater for some duration, significant duration, and when it emerges above water, what natural resource will you find in such an area? What do you think? Hydrocarbons, fossil fuels in the form of oil and gas? That is why you find significant amount of oil and gas deposits, particularly across the Krishna and Godavari basin, right? Because this area at one point of time was underwater. Whereas Across the western coastline, you generally find oil. Where? In these areas. Okay, historically, at one point of time, you'll be surprised to know that even the region of Gujarat that you see, that was not always combined and joined with India. Just like in the case of Mumbai, Mumbai for a long period of time was nothing but an island. It was a muddy island. That is why still you will find the place names around Mumbai like Mud Island, etc. Mumbai was nothing but a cluster of islands. It was later joined with the landmass due to artificial methods. But in the case of the region of Gujarat, these were small land masses which eventually were joined with the mainland because of rivers coming down and depositing that area. So here you will find significant amount of fossil fuels, and here also you'll find significant amount of fossil fuels. Okay, so naturally, where is it that you will find natural landforms which can lead to the formation of ports and harbors? Across the western coast. So it is here that you have Virinium. It is in this region that you have the Virinium port. And the international trading routes, the international economic routes, you will find the international economic sea trade. It moves through this area. It goes to Colombo and then it moves. It is not as if they ship their materials or they want to trade with Colombo. No. But that is the only deep port present in that area. And that is why very large ships, what is also referred to as transshipment, that you will study in economics, what happens is very large ships, they bring in lot of goods, lot of materials. Let's say they are so big that they are bringing iron as well, they are bringing some vegetables as well, they are bringing some merchandise as well, they are bringing some electronic items as well. So those large vessels come there at Colombo port. Let's say out of that, electronic equipments are required by India. So another small ship will be there. That ship will be loaded with all those containers containing electronic equipments, and they will then move to India. And another small equipment or another small ship will carry it further, and the large ship will go away. So the presence of a deeper port near the western coastline, near the southern tip, is very important strategically. Okay. Now, here, when we talk about the western coastline, you'll have various different ports. Kandla, which is also known as the Deen Dayal Upadhyay port now. So it is present in the region of Gujarat. Mazgaon, JLN port Nhava Sheva in the region of Mumbai. Marmagao, Mangalore, Cochin, Karwar. All of these are important natural ports of the west coast. The west coast is basically divided on the regional basis, where across the entire extent, if you take a look at it, there is a regional classification. So if you observe the regional classification, so here the west coast is also referred to as the Kutch and Kathiawar coast. This is where it is referred to as the Kutch and Kathiawar coast. Now, beyond the region of Ratnagiri, as you enter into Goa, and then further in the portion of northern part of Karnataka, northern coastal Karnataka, that is what is referred to as the Konkan coast. This is where the coastal plain is very narrow. This is where you have the Konkan coast. Konkan coast. Then, in the portion of coastal Karnataka, here, this is where you have the Kanara coastline. And then eventually, this is the portion where the coastline becomes significantly wider, and that is the Malabar coast. Okay. Whereas when we talk about the eastern coast, the entire region here, you'll find this is named as from the region of Odisha till the central portion of Andhra Pradesh. This is also referred to as northern Sarkars. And here, then you will have the Coromandel coast. In some portion or the Odisha coastline, which is a sub part of this, the Odisha coastline, that is also referred to as Utkal coast. That is your Odisha coastline. Okay, so that is the regional classification of your coastline. Okay, so eastern coast basically is again classified regionally, whereas western coast also has a subsequent regional classification. So it is divided into various divisions: Kutch, Kathiawar coast in Gujarat, Konkan coast in Maharashtra and Goa, Malabar coast in southern Karnataka and Kerala. Now, the western coastal plains are narrowest in the middle around the Konkan coast and broader in the region of, again, Kutch Kathiawar as well as Malabar coastline. They are broader. Here, you don't have any delta formation. So, no delta formation takes place in this region. No delta formation. Why? That is because, first of all, majority of rivers flow to the east, first of all. Then the major rivers which drain into the Arabian Sea, what are those? Narmada and Tapi. But both those rivers, they drain through Rift Valley. And Rift Valley is what? A kind of a depressed area, right? So the rivers, when they drain through Rift Valley, they are unable to carry out vertical erosion because already that is a depressed portion, isn't it? So presence of rift valleys means little erosion and hence negligible deposits. Then the other existent rivers, they are either too short, right? For example, take the case of Mandavi or Zuari, which eventually drains into Arabian Sea. They are very short. And even the coastal area is so short that those rivers are unable to accumulate and deposit materials. So the other rivers, other west flowing rivers, are short, very short, and the plains are so narrow that deposits cannot happen. Cannot be caused. That is why you will find that you have a lack of delta formation in the region of the western coastal plain, whereas in the eastern coastal plain, you will have a lot of deltas which are present. So in the western coastal plain, rather than the deltas, you find the formation of estuaries. So in the western coastal plain, you find the formation of estuaries. What are estuaries? Estuaries are basically those areas where the seawater comes in at the mouth of the river. So here, seawater gets in at the mouth of the river. So here, if you talk about an estuary, if suppose this is your landmass, let's say this is the river which is draining or trying to drain into the sea. So this is where some part, this is the sea, this is the sea. So some part of sea gets in, and here you have the river flow. This is your river flow. Okay, so this is what is referred to as an estuary. Now, eastern coast also has the presence of estuaries. Because you have more rivers draining into the eastern coast, so you have more estuaries as compared to the western coastline. But along with that, eastern coast will also have the presence of deltas, very massive and fertile deltas. The Mahanadi, Krishna Delta, Kaveri Delta, the Godavari Delta. These are large fertile deltas created across the eastern coastline along with the estuaries. But in the western coastline, only estuarine formation and no deltaic formation. Okay. Now, the Malabar coast has certain areas where seawater gets in and creates backwaters or saline backwaters, which are saline lakes of sorts, which are referred to as lagoons or backwaters or kayals, where you have fishing, inland navigation used by various different houseboats, and also for the very special boat race, which is also conducted in that particular area. So that is where you have the presence of, or that is the feature of the Western Ghats in general. Okay, right? And okay, you have a few questions in between. Small water body, no. The question is, can delta is also an estuary? Ashish, no. And Anshu, what is it that you have not understood? The delta formation, why there is no delta formation? I have given the reasons. So read these reasons. What is it that you have not understood? Please point out. Then how eastern coast is submerged? Eastern coast is not submerged. Eastern coast is referred to as an emergent coastline, Ranjan, where it has come above water in the history or the geological history. This significant portion was underwater due to endogenic forces, due to the forces acting from the interior. This has slightly uplifted. And that is when this portion has basically emerged above water. That is why eastern coastline is referred to as an emergent coast. This has emerged above water. Western coast is result of submergence. Okay, Shrikant, I understand there is inclination, but how can a river start in leeward side of Western Ghats? Not all the rivers, they don't start from the leeward side. Many of them, they start from the top portion of the hilly area due to concentration of rainfall. Is the submergence still going on for the Western coast? Shivam, no. Amit, deltas, what actually it deposits. So the river, what it is carrying, the sediments and the silt, that is what is deposited to make the deltas. We have covered deltas in significant detail in the portion of module 5, guys. How many of you have not understood, not attended that and have no clue what is a delta? How many of us have no clue what is a delta? Anil, is subdue part of western area is Madagascar? I'm unable to get your question, Anil. Is subdue part of western area is Madagascar? Madagascar was very much a part of the western coast of India, western part of India. That was as long as India was attached to be a part of the Gondwana land. When India separated, as India started moving north, at that point of time, before coming to the Reunion Islands, Madagascar separated from the western coastline of India. Okay. So can we move ahead, guys? Due to high number of flow in Eastern Ghats, is that the reason for delta formation? Yes. Majority of the rivers, they drain into the eastern coastline. That is why they will deposit there itself. Okay. Why eastern coast has emerged? Eastern coast has emerged because of endogenic forces, the epirogenic forces generally which act. That is what has led to the emergence of the eastern coastline. Which states of India has the longest coastline? Okay. Why the eastern ghats are not continuous, Biswajit? Because see, the factual questions you will find in the additional. So when we talk about why the eastern ghats are not continuous, that is because they have been dissected by the multiple rivers which are in existence. That is why. Okay. Above plume, we observe hotspot. Still plume present below the Reunion Island. Deepika, yes. Anshu, when western and eastern plains to form fossil fuels. No, Anshu, what I told you is basically that significant portion of the eastern coastline historically has been underwater and they have emerged above water with the passage of time. Now, an area which has ever been submerged in water for a considerable duration, so chances of finding fossil fuel in that region significantly is more. That is why you find the presence of fossil fuels like oil, natural oil, crude oil, and natural gas in the region, for example, Krishna Godavari Basin and Delta. That is why you find crude oil in that region. Okay. Artificial harbor Bharti is where you have the harbor which has been created. So you have various different types of harbors. You have inland harbor as a concept as well. So when you talk about artificial harbor, so there the water is not very deep. Generally across the eastern coastline, you find a feature that the water is not very deep immediately across the coastline. And that is where the land has to be dug in this area. There is digging which is carried out, right? A regular dredging and maintenance activity is to be carried out so that the water becomes deeper in that area. And why the water needs to be deeper? In order to handle larger ships and larger vessels. Anshu, is that understood now? And Bharti as well. Difference between estuaries and delta. Estuaries basically are the areas where you have the seawater coming in, and that is a kind of a mixture of seawater and the river water. Whereas when we talk about the deltas, there the seawater doesn't get in. It is the riverine deposits which create that landform. That is the delta. Okay. Uh, Anil, like you said, part of Western Ghats subdue because of Reunion Islands. No, Western Ghats did not subduct because of Reunion Islands. Western Ghats subducted because of the creation of a fault when Indian landmass hit the Eurasian landmass around 50-55 million years back. At that point of time, due to the impact of the collision, that created a fault line due to which significant portion across the western coastline sunk. Okay, Anil, is that clear? Madagascar separated long back. Madagascar separated around 120 million years back. Okay. Wind energy, Umesh, greater potential is there across the eastern coastline. And because there is a uniformity, tidal energy, greater potential is there across the western coastline. But that also is not uniform. It is not as if across the western coastline there entirely their tidal energy will be more, and across the entirety of the eastern coastline it will be more. It is not as like that. Okay. Can a delta be formed even where there is no presence of sea nearby? Yes, it can be formed. In the case of Africa, you have the formation of Okavango Delta, which is a largest inland delta which is there. So delta can be formed. Depends upon where the river eventually starts depositing materials. Subsidence of western coast is due to the faulting process. Yes, orogenic force, Devansh, that is correct. The area which is separate are Tarai is not a delta. No, delta is when the river is about to end, at the end phase. That is what is delta. And Anil, please understand, why is it? See, please understand, there is no particular such lost landmass that is no longer found, which was earlier part of the historical Indian landmass. Please understand, when you had the Indian landmass which started traveling north, this particular wider continental shelf that you are able to see, that is the portion which has subsided underneath. It is not as if it has been lost and now it forms another continent and people are living there who are distant relatives of us Indians. No, the portion which sunk is still present there itself. That is what forms the wider continental shelf in that region. Okay. Madagascar separated 120 million years back. This fell around 55-60 million years back. So you had a time span of around 60 million years in between. Okay. Is that itch that you had inside you about Madagascar, is that finally solved for all of you? I'm not going to talk about Dwarka again. I'm not going to talk about Dwarka. I'm not going to talk about Kailash. I'm not going to talk about Ram Setu. So these, all the aspects, the divine aspects, please keep me away from it. Okay? Right? Can we start? Thank you. So, then we talk about the eastern coastal plain. Now, in the case of the eastern coastal plain, it is emergent coast. Emergent coast means that historically it lied, some portion of it lied underwater and has emerged above water. Historically, significant portion lied underwater and due to endogenic process has emerged above water. And that is why you find the presence of hydrocarbons where in the Krishna Godavari deltaic region. Deltaic area. Okay, so that is where you have the, and that is the reason why you have the presence of hydrocarbons in the Krishna Godavari deltaic area. So here in the eastern coastline, it is broader, much fertile, agriculturally very, very productive. That is why you had very powerful kingdoms in this region as well. So you have well-developed deltas are formed by the east-flowing rivers to the Bay of Bengal. Example, deltas of the Mahanadi, the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri. They form very fertile deltas. It is known as the Coromandel coast in Tamil Nadu. It is known as the Utkal coast. Utkal coast, where in Odisha, that is where it is referred to. And to the north of it, that is from Odisha all the way till Andhra Pradesh, that entirety of the region, that is also referred to as northern Sarkars. Now, when we talk about the island groups, so India is well endowed with the presence of the island groups, both in the region of the Arabian Sea as well as in the region of Bay of Bengal. In both these areas, you have the presence of island groups. Now, both these island groups, they have been formed and created because of different reasons. We have already looked at the formation of the coral islands. How is it that the coral islands have been created? So when we talk about the islands in the form of Lakshadweep, Lakshadweep has been created Lakshadweep has been created as a result of coral action. These are coral islands. Whereas when we talk about Andaman and Nicobar Islands, they have been created as a result of volcanic eruption. Volcanic eruption. Okay, so they have been created as a result of volcanic eruptions, whereas Lakshadweep has been created as a result of coral formation. All those who have joined us recently, so in case you have not attended the portion of corals and coral islands, the recorded videos are available. So you can look at it, that how the presence of corals and coral reefs eventually, when they keep on building up, that is how they create or they lead to island formation as well. So that is why in the region of Lakshadweep, you'll find many such coral islands, atolls in general, very similar to the region of Maldives. So there is a great similarity. Now, Andaman Nicobar is a result of volcanic eruption. That is why it is the only place which has got the active volcano, the only active volcano which is present in India. That is present in the region of Andaman Nicobar Island. So which is that active volcano when we talk about India? So here you have the Barren Islands, right? So Barren Islands, they are the only active volcano in India. You have the nearby Narcondam eruption as well, but that does not give out lava. It sometimes gives out some amount of smoke and mud as an eruption. The only active volcano is Barren Islands, which is situated to the northern portion of Andaman Nicobar. Now, why is it that you still have an active volcano to be present in the region of Andaman Nicobar? How has this been created? So this region of Andaman Nicobar, it lies across the same arc. If you observe the world map, it lies across the same arc, which in geographical terms is also referred to as the Indonesian arc. Now, if you take a look at the boundary of the Indian plate, the Indian plate consists of both continental crust as well as the oceanic crust. Now, when the Indian plate collided, right, when you had the collision happening with the case of the Indian landmass, let's suppose this was the Eurasian landmass, you had the, let's suppose you had the Eurasian landmass and you had the Burmese plate as well, right? Now, the Burmese plate also consisted of oceanic crust as well as the continental crust. Now, when this Indian landmass started moving north, so basically, the oceanic portion of the Indian landmass, the oceanic crust of the Indian landmass, that collided with the oceanic crust of the Burmese landmass. So when we talk about Andaman Nicobar Islands, so here, oceanic crust of Indian landmass collided with the oceanic crust of Burmese landmass or the Burmese plate. Burmese plate is the minor plate generally attached with the Eurasian plate. Okay. So it is a minor plate. Now, this is a kind of an oceanic convergence. Now, what are the landforms created, or what are the features created when you have oceanic convergence? What are the features created? So that created oceanic. And also trench formation. So that is generally observed whenever you have an oceanic convergence. This is something which is observed. So that is why in the entirety of the region, you will find the presence of these features. That is, you have volcanic islands which are present, you have multiple seamounts. Now, in many of these seamounts, now there is no fresh eruption which is happening. So if suppose you consider this oceanic water here, let's suppose this is where you have the seamount which is created. So in many of these areas, on top of this, you have had the growth of corals. And in those areas, you have, or we observe the formation of coral islands as well. Coral islands as well. Okay, so that is why in the region, for example, around Havelock Islands, you will find few of the coral islands created as well. Havelock is present in the region of Andaman Nicobar only. So that is where you have these formations. Trench is also found. You have a minor Andaman trench which is also present. So Andaman Nicobar is considered to be the northernmost extent of the Indonesian arc. If you observe the world map, I want you to observe and look at the world map. You will observe a kind of a arc-like feature all across, extending into the region of Indonesia as well. The northernmost eruption of that arc is the Barren Islands. In the region of Indonesia, across that arc, you have multiple different eruptions, from historic Krakatau to many of these eruptions. You have very deep trenches as well. So a similar feature has been observed and is something which is present in Andaman Nicobar Islands as well. Okay, so that is basically your formation of Andaman Nicobar. Now, both these islands, that is Andaman Nicobar Islands as well as the Lakshadweep Islands, they are particularly important when it comes to the aspect of strategic outplay by India. So Andaman Nicobar is very close to the very strategic Malacca Strait, through which all the major trade routes they pass into the region of Pacific Ocean from Indian Ocean. So Andaman Nicobar is only a few hundred kilometers away from there. So that provides us with a unique strategic advantage. Of all the places across the country, Andaman Nicobar Islands is the only place where you have a joint theater command. That is, the Army, Navy, and the Air Force personnel, they report to one single boss. Otherwise, all of them, they have their respective bosses. So the Joint Theater Command exists only in the region of Andaman Nicobar as of now. That is how great an importance India provides to Andaman Nicobar Islands. And it is of very high strategic value. That is where India has been slowly and steadily increasing its military might across these islands. Similarly, in the case of Lakshadweep, that allows us to extend our reach into the region of the Arabian Sea and further beyond into the Indian Ocean. Many of the various different countries, they don't have this facility. They don't have this facility to have that kind of a strategic depth. India has got this natural facility which is available to it. Okay, so importance of these islands can be manifold. You have economic importance in terms of fisheries and fishing activities, tourism activities. You have the environmental importance in terms of very critical coral systems and coral reefs which are present. You have the various different strategic and defense-based importance as well. Okay, so that is basically the portion of India's physiographic division overall. If you will observe, this is where you have the barren islands, the northern portion. This is where you have the barren islands. The northern group of islands are referred to as Andaman, and the southern groups are referred to as Nicobar. They are separated by a water channel, that is the 10-degree channel. This is separated by a water channel, that is 10-degree channel. That is separates the Andaman group of islands from Nicobar group. Okay, so that is basically the importance and the relevance of these island groups in general. Okay, so that completes our portion of physiographic divisions. In these physiographic divisions overall, what is it that you have to, and how is it that you have to approach it for the examination? See, here when we have studied these, we have tried to study this from the basis of their formation, and we have tried to understand the features from the basis of their formation. Now what you can do is, at your home, after the session is over, you can open up your atlas and try it out sometime. Atlas, when you open it up, it doesn't explode. It doesn't cause you any harm. There is no animal which comes out of your atlas. So try opening it sometimes. Observe what happens when you open it up. So when you open it up, look at the portion of India's physical map, look at those portions of physiography, and try to associate it with the neighboring states and the neighboring regions as well. That which are the areas nearby, which are the regions nearby. And if you try that approach, if you develop that approach, you will never be required to try to rote learn it before the examination from any list or from any kind of a shortcut that maybe your friends would have supplied you, or maybe some other enlightened person in this world or enlightened individual would have supplied to you, that this is the important map pointing. You read this, it will work in examination. Never rely on those. This kind of an approach is still workable in your school days, still workable in your college graduation, because you can understand that somebody might have got a connection with the faculty or the person who is setting the question paper. So I have gotten this list, but never rely on any list given for the civil services examination. Anyone in the market circulates to you that this is the map pointing, learn it up. Never do that. Okay, because that is mostly a kind of a misleading exercise which is given to the candidates. But the candidates also have a kind of a compulsion that everybody in the market is doing that. If I don't study that list, means I won't be able to get that one question correct. At that point of time, people forget that I still have 99 questions in which I can compete. It is that one question, if I don't get it correct, that means I'm out of the race. So please hold your gravitas, hold your ground, cover this with the help of the atlas, with the help of the map, and explore what happens when you open up the atlas. If something very bad happens to you when you open up to the atlas, try to reach out to us with mail. Okay? Yes, Shivam, that is correct. Bharti, nomenclature of 10-degree channel is basically because you have the 10-degree latitude which passes through it. That is why the 10-degree channel, Prashant. Karthi, we have explained it yesterday that why landslides occur mostly in the region of Himalayas. And you will find that in the annotation of the PPT that why it occurs mostly in the region of Himalayas. That is where more landslides occur. We have given listed out 9 to 10 points. Kindly go through it. Okay. Then Bharti, please explain southernmost point, Indira Point and Kanyakumari. So that again you will find in the first slide of the PPT. Kanyakumari is situated at 8 degree 4 minutes north. Indira Point is situated at 6 degree 4 minutes north. Okay. Shivam, in Sikkim, we had a landslide today. We had an avalanche. That is an avalanche. Avalanche is when you have the snow and ice that starts to fall. That is generally an avalanche. So in Sikkim, we had an avalanche today. These events occur daily. How to filter these relevant for examination? So see, whenever such an event occurs, try to know the base of it, why it is happening. And obviously, if you are reading your newspaper on a daily basis, if you are in touch with current affairs on a daily basis, by the end of that year, you will be able to catch hold of the trend as well. That, okay, a landslide has occurred in Uttarakhand, an avalanche has occurred in Sikkim, another landslide has occurred in Arunachal, another landslide has occurred in Jammu Kashmir. So that means in that entire Himalayan region, landslide is occurring very frequently. When that is happening, means UPSC can ask a question from that. Okay, is that clear? Yaram City, India and Sri Lanka are separated by Pok Strait. That is the name of it, the water channel which separates it. That is the Pok Strait systems. Now in this is something relevant both for your prelims as well as for your mains examination. When we talk about the portion of prelims, so here generally you find questions for drainage patterns, drainage pattern, different types of drainage patterns, then types of streams, okay, then important rivers, and tributaries. And when we talk about the mains examination, here basically you get questions for reasons for flooding, you get questions for interlinking of rivers. Interlinking of rivers is very important. Always you get questions. Many of the times, as I told you earlier as well, that few of the areas are such that UPSC doesn't hesitate to repeat the questions. So interlinking of rivers is oftentimes and has oftentimes been asked both in general studies as well as in the portion of the optional area. And also it has been repeated even in the interview boards. So many of the candidates going to the interview boards, they also face a question for interlinking of rivers. So in that entire area, if you have to find one of the regions or one of the portions where you can gain a massive advantage, is by understanding these aspects. Even though I understand that majority of you will be concerned with this particular portion, because UPSC tends to ask one question every 2 years about a particular river and few of its tributaries. So that is where majority of the candidates, they get concerned with, right? They don't get concerned with the conceptual areas which are present in the book. They get concerned with the factual areas which nobody can solve. That is where the bravado lies. So that is why most of you, I'm sure by the end of the session, would be asking me the same question, that do we need to learn all the rivers and do we need to learn all the tributaries? So let me give you the answer here itself. You don't need to learn all the rivers. You don't need to learn all the tributaries. The major ones you need to keep an idea about, and also the ones present in the news. So in this, please look at the portion of current affairs. Having said that, I will provide to you a link for the detailed list of the dam sites, etc. And in that website, if you will go, the website that I will give you, that website will also give you the list for all the rivers, all the tributaries. It will also give you the list of various interlinking programs which are happening. Where is it that the progress report has been finalized? Where is it that construction has started? All that list will be there on the website. Then it is up to you how you memorize it, how you learn it, whether you learn it or whether you don't learn it. There can be various approaches. Few of the candidates, immediately upon looking at the website, they will immediately go to the nearest cyber cafe or the nearest printout store. They will get the entire printout worth 100 pages, and they will keep it somewhere as a study material, that I have got one more study material that I can flaunt to my competitors. But what I would suggest to you is, don't do that. Just look at the portions once on a fleeting glance and keep it restricted to that. The more materials that you keep on to yourself, that one fine day will come when the sun, moon, and all the planets will align, and it will be written UPSC in the stars. That fine day, I will pick up all the books and I will finish all the books. That will be the day when I will qualify the prelims, mains, and interview in the same day. That day never comes in the life of a civil services aspirant. So never start burdening yourself with those unnecessary materials and unnecessary expectations as well. This is one particular area from where at max one question might appear every 2 years. So there is no point delving so deep into it that you become a specialist of the river channels. It is not as if you become a specialist of river channels, government is going to appoint you in one of those committees. It is not going to happen. But having said that, it is your journey. You are free to decide the path that you choose. After all, once you succeed, you can give that path to the media interviews as well. So having said that, let us initiate the discussion for the portion of the drainage systems. So here, questions appeared for the Amit, right topics, questions appeared for Indian physiography. When we discuss the PYQs, you'll get an idea, Amit. Okay. So when we talk about the drainage systems, so here the flow of water through well-defined channels is known as drainage, and the network of such channel is referred to as the drainage system. Now, in any particular region, as the landmass evolves, as the landmass comes into existence, it will have a slope, it will have a kind of a flow associated with it as well. So immediately after that, the small streams, the rivers, they start coming into existence. That is one of the unique features. Yesterday also, while we were discussing about the evolution of Peninsular Plateau, we discussed about the fact that once the Karnataka Plateau, Chota Nagpur Plateau, Bundelkhand region, they were created, you had, the estimate is that rivers started flowing through that area and they deposited materials in between, right? So similarly, you have the river systems which will come into existence. They will come into existence due to various reasons. Either an area is significantly high enough, so you have melting of ice and snow, which leads to the existence and flow of rivers. Or in an area, let's suppose you have very high amount of concentrated rainfall. So that concentrated rainfall keeps on providing water, and that circulates, and that water slowly and steadily gets converted into a large river flow. So that flow is referred to as a drainage, and a combination of these is what is the drainage system. Now, how a river flows, the direction that it takes, the amount of water which is present, the various different landforms that it creates in the process, all of that is a byproduct of the topography. All of that is a basic byproduct of topography. So the flow is governed by the topography of the land, the geological time scale, how old the rock is. For example, if in a place the rocks which are present are very new, and in other place the rocks are older, obviously in the older region the erosion will be much easier, whereas in the newer regions the erosion will be slightly slower because the rocks are significantly new, they are harder as well. So gradient of the land, geological time period, nature and structure of rock. For example, if you consider an igneous rock, and parallelly and simultaneously you consider sedimentary rock, it will be much harder to erode igneous rock. It will be much easier to erode sedimentary rocks, isn't it? Amount of water which flows and the periodicity of the flow. Periodicity as in, what is the availability of water? For example, if you have a river which gets its water from melting of ice and snow, that river will perpetually have the flow present in it. It will consistently have enough flow associated. Whereas in any particular region, let's suppose if the flow is only due to the rainfall availability, then during the dry season, the amount of water available will be particularly less, isn't it? So that is what defines the characteristics of the drainage system. Okay. Now, a river drains the water collected from a specific area, and that entire area is referred to as catchment area. So when we talk about it, let's suppose here this entire region, let's suppose if there is rainfall here or here or here, right? So all that water will drain where? All that water will drain into the river system. So water is collected from that entire region, and that is the catchment area. Even the small streams, even the smaller ones, the runoffs, etc., that you get, that is a catchment area of the river. So even the groundwater from this region, that will eventually supply it to the catchment area. So that entire region from where the river is able to collect its water and then generate a flow, that is the catchment area of the river. Okay. Then the drainage basins. Shruti, for which one do you need a rough diagram? Kindly let me know and I'll facilitate that. Then basically, when you have the river systems which flow, drainage system, okay, that is very easy. Drainage system, if you think about it, this is drainage, right? A combination of all of these multiple tributaries, etc. That is the drainage system. You have the Ganga drainage system, Ganga basin, as it is referred to, Brahmaputra basin, Indus basin, etc. Now, here, this was one of the easiest doubts that you could have asked me. I don't give that facility to ask anything, but you ask this anyways. So when you have this drainage basins and the drainage systems, you have to understand they are mostly, basically, they accumulate water from a particular region, a larger area. So if, let's say, a river is flowing through here, a river is flowing through here. Now, even if it is raining in this particular portion, there will be some amount of runoff water. That runoff water will go and mix with a larger stream. That larger stream will end up getting that water into the river itself. So that is what is your entire catchment area, that entire stretch. Having said that, the topography is not always going to be plain. The topography is not always going to be flat and featureless. So there are certain physical barriers which end up separating different drainage systems. And those physical barriers are what are referred to as watershed. Right? So the drainage barriers or the topographical, the physical barriers which separate different drainage systems, that is what is watershed. For example, let's take the case of this particular image. Let's suppose there is significant amount of rainfall observed here. I hope you are able to see this. Let's suppose significant amount of rainfall is observed here. And another rainfall, as you can see here. But the rainwater which is coming here, this rainwater won't get accumulated in this river. It will form its own separate drainage system, isn't it? But then here you will observe basically all this water is accumulated into this river. So this physical boundary, this topographical boundary which is in existence, that is what is referred to as a watershed. That is a watershed. Okay, so when we talk about watershed, drainage basins are basically divided from each other by topographic barriers called a watershed, that is boundary line separating one drainage basin from another. For example, the very famous example is the presence of Ambala Divide. Ambala Divide. Okay, this Ambala Divide basically would mean it separates the Ganga river system from the Indus river system. Okay, so watershed is a kind of a boundary line, a physical boundary line which separates different areas when we talk about it. It's okay, you can ask as many questions as possible, you can ask as many types of questions as possible, as long as they don't border on the line of mythological beliefs or religious practices. You are free to ask as many questions as possible. Okay, I hope that is understood, Shruti. Now, Vishal, in the diagram shown by sir, what is the catchment area? So in the diagram that we have indicated, this entire region, that is the catchment area. This entire region. Catchment area is all that area from which water is collected in the river stream. For example, if you consider this river, then the entire region from which water is collected, that is a part of catchment area. Okay, right? I hope that is clear. And difference between catchment area and watershed. So basically, when we talk about watershed, watershed is that physical barrier of the land. So suppose, why do we say that the catchment area is only here? Why not here? If it rains here, there must be some slope characteristic due to which water is not flowing here, isn't it? So that land boundary or that physical barrier which tends to separate two different river systems and the river basins, that is what is referred to as a watershed. Okay, I hope that is clear. As we move further ahead in the various different rivers, I will show you the catchment area of the rivers as well. Don't worry, individually. And by the way, any one of you, please don't hesitate to ask any of the questions. In case you are hesitant to ask any questions here, you can write to us or you can mail me directly. Okay, I'll get back to you. You can mail me directly. Any type of questions that you have for preparation, etc., feel free to write to it. See, it is our job to solve any questions that you have. Any kind of question, it is not bad, provided it is relevant for civil services. Don't ask me questions, for example, what is going to happen in IPL, etc. Right? So write to me directly in case you have any of those doubts which are relevant for the examination. Don't worry, we'll get back to you. Okay? What is your question, Aman? Shiv, that happens during the preparation. These things will happen. Don't worry. Aman, I'm unable to take a look at your question. Is there any corruption in the UPSC case? As one of my friend's brother get deal to pay 3 crores and get double-digit rank. Okay. See, generally you will find these types of things. So these are kinds of things where it is not even proper to have any comment. UPSC is one of the most fair and transparent examinations that you will come across. And all those people who say that the interview board asked me for 3 crores 5, I remember 10 15 years back this number used to be around 20 lakhs 50 lakhs they have asked me. And all these will be those candidates who will be saying that because I did not have money, otherwise I would have become IS officers. So it is no drawback on their part. Everything other than them is wrong. Please don't get misguided by these. Such people will always try to tell you these things. You have people coming from very humble background getting rank 1. Do you think they have the capacity to give that much amount of money? No, that doesn't happen. Please don't cast an aspersion. Okay, so this never happens. Never. Okay, right? So let's take a break now. Bharti, Ganga will have its own catchment area. Brahmaputra also has its own catchment area. Let's take a break, guys, now, and we'll be back in, and then we'll take more questions. So we'll be break for 15 minutes. Yes, Aman, absolutely. All these things that is person is corrupt, you'll find many such conversations going on in the market. And these will be those guys who would say that if conditions would have prevailed, I would have secured first rank. But they asked me this much money, and I am so good an individual, that is why I could not clear. But please don't get influenced by these. Okay? After the break, XY and Kamalpal Vijay will get the answers to this. Okay? A confirmation for the audio, please, guys. If you're able to hear me out perfectly well, kindly confirm the same. Thank you. Now, how Mumbai was artificially attached, basically, it was also a result of few of the deposits, but also what is referred to as a reclamation of the sea. Even presently in the region of Mumbai, if you look at the construction of the coastal highway, that again is basically some part of the sea which is reclaimed. There, by the help of the deposits, you are able to create a land surface there. And that is how few of the island areas, they were joined as a result of those depositions. Okay. And watershed is catchment boundary, Kamalpal, yes, in most of the cases. Vijay, how to write mains answer? So in the case of the answer for mains, Vijay, you have to keep few things in your mind. First of all, you should be absolutely certain that why is it that UPSC has asked that question, in the sense that what is it that UPSC expects out of you, right? So in that question, what is the main point? Now, many of the times what happens is that candidates, they try to write what they know, but they tend to forget what is asked. So if the question is asked, discuss about the factors which influence the Indian monsoon. If I know what is Indian monsoon, I will write that. But no, you have to write the factors. Okay. So that is why a very close examination of the question has to be done. And have your answers to be always any couple of sentences that you write. Examine whether you are deviating from the demand of the question or whether you are sticking to the question's demand. That is very important. And basically, practice. More you practice, the better you get at it. Ideally, it is said that once you are able to practice 1,000 to 2,000 answers, then you develop a kind of a proficiency in answer writing. Majority of the candidates who succeed in the mains, you will find that almost all of them have got that same feature. That is, they are able to complete those 20 answers in that stipulated time limit. So you should have the ability to write those 20 answers in that time limit. And don't be choosy that, okay, this is the answer that doesn't deserve my, this is the question that doesn't deserve my answer. No, you have to write all of them, right? So do that and try to underline the phrases that you want the evaluator to read. Because please understand, once the evaluator who is going to check your answer paper, that evaluator, in most of the cases, they will only fit average marks unless and until your answer pops out, that your answer is so unique that the evaluator is forced to study. So for that, please don't start to write such unique theories and unique concepts that the evaluator is forced to read about that, or the evaluator is forced to study about that. Only write those portions which are required by the question, which are asked by the question, and underline that. Okay? Yes, Pranay, in interview that will be asked. So for interview, your local realities, the local place, its geographical features, its uniqueness, its history, or the economic aspect of it, that is always asked. If there is, let's say, an important member of parliament who is coming from that area, that can also be asked. Okay. Biswajit, that is correct, more or less, that you can never score more than 8, because, see, in the marking scheme for the mains, if the answer is for 15 marks, generally you will be awarded out of 50%, that is 7.5. So if your answer is very good, you'll get 7.5. If your answer is extraordinary, you will get 8. At max, in very rare cases, you might get 8.5, not more than that. And that is largely the trend, even if you go for university level examinations, because the evaluators, they are the university level professors. So even in those universities, you will never be able to get 100 out of 100. It is a different matter altogether that nowadays in our schools, we have the condition where even in social sciences and history, people are able to score 100 out of 100. That is a separate case which has spoiled many of our expectations. That in class 10th, I read the same thing, I scored 100, but here they are saying that at max, I'll get 50. Even if you get 50, you have a very fighting chance. Okay. Prachi, I'm getting 5 to 6 out of 15. How can I score good marks? Take a look at the portion, for example. Take a look at what is the evaluator writing in the comment. Enrich your answer with examples. The more examples that you give in your answer, the better it is. And if, let's suppose, you are writing a unique example, please don't allow it to get lost within the entire text. Highlight it, underline it. And underlining is also a kind of a unique art. Not many of us are good at underlining. You'll find many candidates who will underline something like this. If many of the candidates you will find, they start underlining like this. Now, in that case, if the underlining is like this, the evaluator will ignore all of it, that this candidate doesn't know what is important. In its place, underline this, underline these portions, right? So that you get the evaluator also knows which is important, what is it that you want to highlight. Okay. Karthi, the answers that, Vijay, that is what we have been talking about, how to write mains answer. Mandatory to highlight, not mandatory, but it is always beneficial for because you will be writing essay as well. You will be writing various GS papers as well. So it is always advisable to underline. Karthi, you can write your answer, send it to us at iaslive@byju's. It will be evaluated. Okay. And then Nandini, Western disturbances, how to write it in 250 words. So see, that is where the uniqueness of the information set that comes with this UPSC comes about, that you should have the ability to write the same thing in 250 words, if required 150 words. So if, let's say, in 250 words, you have to write about Western disturbances. Now the question is about Western disturbances. So the introduction should define what is Western disturbance. And then in the main body part, you should start by the aspect of that when it happens in the winter season. Where does it happen? In the Mediterranean. Why does it happen? Because the land is colder as compared to water. So you have different air masses creating a kind of a frontal circulation and a frontal depression as well. Explain it with the help of a rough image or a rough diagram. Then explain that how the westerlies, along with the jet streams which are prevalent in that area, they carry there. Now, because it is of 250 words, write about the implications that winters become colder. It is beneficial for the crops, certain crops like wheat and mustard. But then when these Western disturbances, they continue to happen in the month of March and April, that can basically mean devastation to the standing crops. The standing crops can get destroyed in the process. Okay. All river systems have catchment areas and watersheds? Yes, Karthi, that is true. And Yaram City, for revise 1 month before exam in CNA, 5 MCQs is enough. Ideally, City, what I would suggest is basically that you should have the daily reading of newspapers, which I hope you are doing. Now, the monthly magazines that you have been given, those monthly magazines should be revised at least 5 times before entering the exam hall. Now, the test series that you appear for, those test series also have a lot of current affairs questions. So when you attempt those test series, when you appear for those test series, there you should take those questions. You should understand which are the questions where you have not got it correct because you did not know. Because chances are, even after reading all these current affairs, there are still many portions in current affairs that you are not even exposed to. So rather than getting perturbed or disturbed by that, make a note of those new sources of information. That is why every test series should be analyzed. And that test series, basically, let's suppose I have appeared for a test series and there are 40 such points which I did not know, which I came to know upon appearing of those test series. So I will make a short list of those or short note of those in an A4 sheet of paper. So if I have appeared for 20, 30 tests, then I will have 4 to 5 sheets or 5 to 6 sheets of A4 paper. So use that and revise that quite significantly as many times. That will form a fodder material for your examination. Most of the candidates you will find, many of the candidates you will find that they have managed to clear the examination once, right? They did not get good rank. The result is declared 2 weeks or 3 weeks before the prelims. Again, they will clear the prelims. And they will clear the prelims despite the fact that they have read only for that 1 month, whereas the other people who have been reading for 4 years, 5 years, they will not be able to clear the prelims. Why? Because they know what to do. The static portion they have been revising continuously, and they take up as many tests and they start to inculcate the information from those tests. That is the knowledge enrichment which is going to help you in the long run. Okay, and Arun, how much marks to get in prelims to crack? So prelims, ideally, see, the target should be to score somewhere around 110 in the present scenario. 110 plus if you are. See, if you have a goal to appear for forest services as well, always advisable to have the target around 115. Otherwise, 110. 110 means you should be able to attempt a minimum of 75 questions, right? 75 to 80 questions minimum. So out of the 80 questions that you will attempt, understand that you will commit 20 mistakes, right? So that will fetch you a marks close to around 108, right? So regardless of how much you study, these many mistakes, 15 to 20 errors will happen, okay? So accordingly, you can have that. And Shruti, from where should I get monthly magazine from BYJU'S? It is available on the website as well. And you can ask our mentors, you can contact our mentors. They will give you the monthly compilation of the current affairs magazine. Yes, Priyanka, we do have the monthly magazine. And Devansh, do every geography answers need conclusion? Not necessarily so, but see, it is about presentation. When you finally are able to conclude within a couple of sentences, be it a summarization of the technical points that you have pointed above, it appears good. It creates a good image in front of the evaluator. And that image is reflected in the average marks that the evaluator allocates. So, and if you talk to the various evaluators of civil services, basically most of them will give you the opinion that I don't read all the answers. I simply read the first 4 answers. I get an idea about the knowledge base of the candidate, and we allocate average marks. So if out of 15, they will allocate you an average mark of 5 or 4 per answer. But if your presentation is good, then that might increase to 5.5 or 6. So think about it. It might appear that only for 1 mark difference, why to do so much? But 1 marks for every 20 questions, that means 20 mark difference per GS paper. So think about it. That is huge. Okay, Devansh. And is it necessary to take notes from newspaper, Shravani? Not necessary. Earlier it was said it is very important, but nowadays, because you have so many different compilations, monthly compilations which are present, you can revise it from that itself. Why 115 for forest services? Vaibhav, because that is where you have a greater, the cutoff is generally around 10-15 marks higher as compared to the civil services. Newspaper is necessary, Ganesh. See, newspaper, guys, please don't only refer to the newspaper as a source of current affairs. Newspaper will increase your understanding for the static topic. Newspaper will increase your perspective about what has happened in the past. and predictability about the future. Newspaper improves your vocabulary, your reading skills, as well as your answer writing skills. Should we take notes from monthly magazines? I would basically advise you just underline or highlight the important points in the monthly magazines and revise it as frequently as you can. Okay? No, complete reading of newspaper is not important. Only the select news items which are going to be relevant even 1 year down the line. For example, the political news, simply discard it. Even though that is the most interesting, that is where all the masala lies, that what someone has told to the prime minister, what prime minister has replied, what that XYZ political party has said, ignore it. That is not asked in UPSC. So any of those which are going to be relevant even 1 year down the line. Pratyaksh, mostly yes. Is there any hard copy? So contact the mentorship line and you will get that. I got marks in mains out of 1750. Yes, you will get selected. Okay. Newspaper reading should be done, guys. CNA, DNA, whatever you are doing, newspaper reading cannot be replaced. Okay. Ananya, still I would say newspaper reading. Hindu newspaper is not available. Yes, Abhishek, absolutely yes. Even if the newspaper is read in PDF format, that also is sufficient. Okay. Pranav, which monthly magazine you have to read? Any monthly magazine of current affairs that you come across, any of the coaching institute that you trust. So we also have our own monthly magazine. You can rely on that as well. Provided, see, the crux of the matter is restrict yourself to one of those monthly magazines, keep revising it multiple times. Okay. Baldev, why not to set a target to secure a double-digit rank? See, mains marks varies. It is not as if you get around 700, you will get through, or if you get around 800, you will get through. So ideally, you should target that in the essay paper, I should be able to get roughly around 145 plus, around 140 to 150. That should be your target for essay. For GS papers, your target should be 110 plus in each one of them. Right, so that your overall marks is close to around 500, 520 plus in the general studies itself. Your optional will give you another around 270 to 280 marks. So that is something which should put you in the safe side. Okay. I'm reading the monthly compilation, a list of highlight the place or person. See, place or person, that is the factual questions are rarely asked by UPSC. So you should understand the limitation of it. Yeah, so that is where it is mostly asked in state services. UPSC will ask you a concept associated with that. Right. It was only in 2018 where that very unique question came. And that is where I think even UPSC would be ashamed now why it has asked that question, even though UPSC never gets ashamed. So even if that question was about Lala Rajpat Rai, that he visited United States. So that was very unique. UPSC doesn't ask you person or place specific question generally. Okay. Any newspaper, basically either Indian Express or the Hindu. Right? Because please don't start reading Times of India. Times of India, read it when you want some entertainment in your life. When you are bored in your life, you want some entertainment, you are seeking some entertainment, read Times of India. There they will give you all forms of masala news, what is happening in Bollywood, what is happening in sports, what is happening in other film industries, all that masala news they will give you. Otherwise, don't read Times of India. For appearing in prelims exam for 2024, from which year should we read the newspaper? From today itself. From today itself, start reading the newspaper. Okay. And Pranay, okay, I am unable to see your question there. Amit, I am feeling after classes that only classes are fine and I am uncomfortable in revision process. That is going to happen. Revision is the tougher part. Reading a subject for the first time is the easier part because you are introduced to the newer concepts and the brain likes that. Understand how the human mind works. Generally, a place that you visit for the first time, you are very excited. But the place that you have already visited, going there again, there's a kind of a boredom which develops. Something similar happens in revision as well. But don't try to take it in that aspect. Try to take the process of revision in the fact that, for example, the ideal approach I will give you, any question, any area, let's say climatology, study climatology. Take the previous year questions or the test series questions from climatology. You will commit mistakes. Look back at the regions where you have committed mistake. Try to correct that. Okay. And how will you correct that? By reading that again. So then you will find that you have to read the entire portion again. So the more you revise, the better the revision process is. If you start or pick up the revision, let's say this geography that you have attended the session, and you have attended this session ends, let's suppose, in another week. After that, you have kept it somewhere else that I will revise 1 month before the exam. It will be like reading it for the first time because you would have forgotten everything. Please understand, mind is like a sponge. It has got a limited capacity. So it is always important to keep it reinforcing, and revision has also got a kind of a scientific aspect to it. First revision should always be carried out within 10 days. Second revision should be carried out within the span of 20 to 21 days. That is within 3 weeks, you should be able to carry out 2 revisions of the process or the portion that you have studied, and then move on. Okay. Pranay, can we take important news in Hindu analysis and read it in newspaper? Ideally, I would suggest to you first read it yourself and then look at the analysis. That will be much better. Vaibhav, the static portion will be done from the classes itself, and the dynamic portion, current affairs, newspapers, yes, more than sufficient. Then Vijay, that is what I have told you, that basically when you are writing the answer, in the answer that you write, you should be concise, pinpointed to the demand of the question, not what you know, but what is the demand of the question. Have a separate introduction, body, and conclusion. But don't write on top of it that this is introduction, this is body, this is conclusion. No. Have a uniform flow. The introduction should address what is asked in the question directly. Then the body should flow from where you have left the portion of introduction. And the conclusion should be a basic summarization. When you are writing an answer, try to describe it in the best pictographic manner or the graphical manner as you can. That will always improve the visibility of your answer set as well. Okay, and Megha, I'm trying to look at your question. I'm unable to find your question. Harshita, in Saturday's objective test, my 7 or 6 from 20 questions. So see, whenever you take a test and if you are unable to score well in that, first of all, after that, look at those tests. Divide the questions that you have gotten incorrect. Divide it, first of all, into 2 parts. The portions where you did not know, that is why you got it incorrect. The portion which you knew, but still you got it incorrect. Now, the portions which you knew, but still you got incorrect, that is because of lapse in concentration. That you will improve with practice. The portions which you did not know, write it down somewhere. Divide it into topics. You will find that there are certain topics where you are getting questions incorrectly very frequently. For example, in polity, fundamental rights, mostly you will get the questions. Parliament, mostly, regardless of how many times you read it, you will get it incorrect. So revise it again. Read the entire chapter again. Make the notes fresh again. That is how you improvise upon it. Okay. So it is very difficult to remember all the things. Well, the post that you are vying for, Arun, that post is not an easy post, right? Understand, it is one of the most prestigious jobs that India has got to offer. So obviously, the pathway, if it would have been that simple, that just remember the name of the tallest peaks and you are an IAS officer, everybody could have been an IAS officer. So the path that you have chosen, that path obviously leads you to a lofty goal. And that should be motivation enough that the life that you are going to gain after that, the examination gives you a different life, not only for yourself, but the society around you. cherish that, cherish this journey. Not everybody has got the opportunity to prepare for civil services, and civil services tells you to read only about you, your country, and the world that you live in. They are not going to ask you that, okay, what is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? They are not going to ask you that. They are not going to ask you the nozzle dimension in rocket science. No, they are asking you about your country that you live in, its past, its present, and its possible future. So that is the opportunity that you guys have. So cherish it. After all, please understand, never get overburdened with it. This is just another job. This does not define you, who you are in your life. Who you are defines how you prepare for this examination. And that is what differentiates the success from the repeaters. Okay? Can we start? Shiv in Bangalore. So drop by whenever you want. Whenever I sit to make notes, everything starts seeming important. How to make notes. That is why note making should be done for the second reading, when you read it for the second time. Right. And Megha, you had a question. Okay, I missed that. When can we start taking the test series? As early as you finish one of the basic portions, the basic static subjects. When you finish, start taking the test series from that portion. Okay. What is the content of sports what content of sports is relevant for exam? Once it was asked in essay, once it has been asked a couple of questions in the prelims. If you are interested in sports, it will be asked significantly in interview. Okay. Priyanka, you have a question. That is difference between catchment area and watershed. So watershed is that physical boundary. Think about it as a physical boundary which separates two different catchment areas. Catchment area is the one from where all those areas from where the water is accumulated and the river gains that water. That is your catchment area. Watershed separates two different drainage basins. Niveda, if we start with current affairs today, how to compensate on missed out? Don't worry about the missed out current affairs. Start it from today, my dear friend. Okay? And be regular from today. It will be more than sufficient. For a daily basis for interview preparation, just look at your surroundings. Look at your surroundings. Be observant about what is happening in the world. More than sufficient. They will mostly ask you your opinion. See, in the interview panel, there are 5 people who are sitting. 2 to 3 people will be asking you questions. One person will be consistently observing you. And they will try to put you under stress. And that is where most of the toughest nuts, they crack under that pressure. They will either become restless, they will either become too tensed, and that is a red flag for them. Or they start telling something which they would normally not write in the answer paper. So you will find people very good marks in mains, but because the attitude is negative, you will find that regardless of all their efforts, they are able to score around 110 in the interview. Next year, again, they go to interview, again 110. So that is where your personality that you develop, your opinion of the world, that is very important. Okay? Catchment area eventually makes the delta, yes. Map reading, when you are looking at maps should always be looked at from an explorative point of view. Try to explore which are the areas that you are not aware of. Try to know about it. I'm sure many of you won't even be aware of all the states in terms of the major cities in the various different states. Start with that, the state boundaries, then start with the national boundary, then start with the continent, then explore the entire world. That is the best approach for the mains. Is dam similar to watershed? No. Dams are artificial water storage. Racha, today itself. Yes, Devansh, that is fine. Anywhere you appear for Bishnu, where I present to give the exam near the center or far away from center, anywhere you give the exam, if you have quality, UPSC will select you. Okay. Yes, Shiva. Yes, Biswajit. Okay. Now, can we start? No, interview don't have qualifying mark. That is basically counted. You get through or you don't get through. So now we come to the types of streams. When we say types of streams, basically upon the evolution of a topography, the streams start to follow. They follow the slope, they follow the gradient. But over the passage of time, the land in itself modifies itself. The land tends to evolve. We have read earlier that the land can get uplifted, the land can also subside, and there are various different movements which occur across the land. The land tends to evolve. So, when you take a look at a particular river system, sometimes it appears that the river follows the slope of the land, and sometimes it appears that the river is defying the slope of the land. How is it that the river can defy the slope of the land? Can it be possible that if you have a mountain system like this, can it be possible that river originates and moves up the mountains? No, it cannot happen. But it appears that it is defying the slope of the land. How? For example, consider the region of the Himalayas. Himalayas are lofty chains of mountains, very high mountain ranges. Now, ideally, what is the common sense that tells us? That a river can originate from here, it will flow through here, right? But if you observe a river which is originating from here and crossing the Himalayas, that appears a bit odd, doesn't it? How is it that this small river could have crossed the mighty Himalayas and could have eroded all those mighty mountains? So based upon the characteristics indicated by the rivers, they are broadly divided into two categories. That is sequent streams and insequent streams. Sequent streams, they appear to follow the slope of the land. Appear to follow the slope of the land. Whereas, when we talk about insequent streams, basically, these are those particular streams which appear to defy the slope of the land. They appear to be moving against the slope. Even though, please understand, all the river systems, they will eventually be following the gravitational pull. They will be moving from an upward slope to a lower slope, but they appear to be defying the slope of the land. Appear to be defying the slope of the land. Accordingly, you have further subclassification into consequent and subsequent river systems or streams, and also antecedent and superimposed. Let us try to understand what they are, and let us try to look at the examples, that which of the river that we have in India, which of them can we consider as consequent, subsequent, or antecedent. So we start with the consequent and subsequent streams. Consequent means what? It is an English term after all. It is not a geographical term. Consequent, subsequent, superimposed, antecedent, these are not geographical terms. Magma is a geographical term, right? These are English terms. So what is the meaning of consequent? Consequent to means the event which takes place after an action, right? So after the evolution of the landform, the river system which would have originated, that is consequent, right? So immediately after the evolution of a landform, a river system has come into existence. That is a consequent stream. So these are the streams whose course is a direct consequence of the original slope of the surface where it developed. That is, streams that follow the slope of the land over which they originally flowed. For example, take this case. Here, let's suppose you have a mountain system. Okay. Let's suppose you have the presence of a mountain system in this place, somewhat like this. Now, here, as the landform has evolved, in that region, let's suppose a stream has originated from here, or rather, let's assume that a stream has basically originated from here. It has started following the slope of the land, and it is moving down the slope. Aided by the gravitational pull, it is eventually moving down the slope. It will enter into the sea, forming a delta before the sea, right? Now, this river knows nothing but gravitational pull, and it has come into existence after the evolution, immediately after the evolution of land. This is an example of consequent river. Example, take the case of river Ganga. Example, river Ganga. Right? Now suppose here another river has originated from here, and eventually it ends up meeting this particular river. So that is oftentimes regarded as a subsequent. So basically, these are those streams or rivers which originate after the master consequent, follow the slope, and end up joining the master consequent. So that is where it is referred to as subsequent. The consequent rivers, they are also what are referred to as master streams or master consequent. This is what is also referred to as master streams or master consequent. It is the main one. For example of subsequent, take the case of river Arun, or in the larger sense of the purpose, take the case of river Yamuna. Right. Now here many of the geographers differ that what they define as subsequent. Many of the geographers have opined for a long period of time that look, subsequent would have originated after master stream, but there is no evidence to prove that. So that is why always understand that subsequent will also follow the stream, the slope of the land, and they will end up joining the master consequent stream. Okay, that is the sequent streams, that is the ones which follow the slope of the land. Now, the ones which defy the slope of the land. Example, antecedent. So suppose when we say antecedent, what is the English translation or the English meaning of it? Something which has been in existence prior to an event. That is the meaning of antecedent, right? Something which has been in existence prior to an event taking place. So when we say antecedent streams, these are those rivers which have existed long before the evolution of the landform as well. For example, here they predate the upliftment of an upland or a mountain across which they have maintained the present courses. For example, take the case here that a stream is flowing like this. Let's suppose due to compressional activities, the land experiences a kind of a fold, right? Now, while the land develops a kind of a fold, the river will continue to flow and will erode any upliftment which is happening at the river bottom. Okay, Provided that the fold is happening slowly and the river is powerful enough, it will continue to erode at its river bottom. And after some time, what will you observe? You will observe the existence of mountainous regions in these areas and the river cutting through it, the river passing through it. So that is basically your antecedent. For example, take the case of river Indus, river Satluj, river Kosi. Now these rivers, example, river Indus, Kosi, Satluj. Now in all these river systems, you will find one basic commonality. And what is that commonality? That they have been in existence in a region. For example, if you consider this, so basically, they have been in existence in a region much before any other geological event has happened. Okay, so here if the river is flowing, let's suppose there is a folding event which takes place. And as the folding event takes place, you will have a fold created here. You will have a fold created here as well, along the entire path. Maybe you will have a fold created, right? Here also a fold will be created. But across the river channel, the river will erode that area. So as a consequence to it, what do you have? The river will crisscross the mountain ranges. That is why antecedent means they have been in existence before or prior to the origin of those landforms. So that is why Indus, Satluj, Kosi, these are the mighty rivers which form very deep gorges as they cut through the Himalayas. Means what? The Himalayas have evolved around them. As Indus River cuts through the Himalayas, in certain areas, it carves a gorge which has got a depth of 5,000 meters from the top of the mountain. Imagine, all around it, the land has uplifted by close to around 5,000 meters, but the Indus has continued its flow. That is the antecedent stream. Then we have a unique stream, that is superimposed. Now, before directly exposing you to the definition of it, first of all, what is superimposed? What do we understand by superimposed? Something which has been imposed artificially on top, that is superimposed, isn't it? Now, let us try to understand how this superimposed stream would have come into existence. So here, let us suppose here you have the presence of a rocky system or a kind of a landscape, somewhat like this. Let's suppose you have the presence of a rocky system composed of very hard igneous rocks. Igneous rocks, obviously, very hard to erode. Now here, if this is the landform created of hard igneous rocks, now if I ask you that a river has to flow from this area, what is the path that the river can follow? Should the river follow this kind of a path at A, or will the river naturally follow a path through here, B? Where do you think naturally a river would be in existence, A or B? Very good. Obviously, naturally it would be in existence around the region of B, because that is where the depressed portion is. That is where the river will have a kind of a natural flow associated, isn't it? But no river is flowing at this point of time. There is no river which is in existence at this point of time. But that gives us an idea that what was the slope. Let's suppose we fast forward it to 50 million years later. 50 million years. Now, in 50 million years, this region has experienced a lot of sedimentation. And sedimentation has happened, and that sedimentation has eventually created sedimentary rocks in that place as well. So let's suppose in this region, on top of it, you have a thick deposit of sedimentary rocks. So it is not necessary that sedimentary rocks will also share the same slope pattern and the same topography as earlier. So let's draw that. Let's draw what happens or how it appears after the deposition. So this was your original slope of the igneous rocks. Now on top of that, let's assume you have sedimentary deposits. Now these sedimentary deposits, they have happened in a way which is somewhat like this. Right? Let's assume this is the sedimentary deposit. Now, this is your sedimentary rocks. And these are your igneous rocks. Now, if I ask you the same question, that out of A and B, where is it more likely that a river will come into existence or more likely that river will flow? What do you think? A or B now? Very good. Very easy. It will mostly come into existence around A because that is where the depression is, right? So let's assume a river system has come into existence here. And this river system is flowing through this region. Okay? Now, when a river is flowing through a place, it will carry its downward erosion. Significant amount of downward erosion will be observed here, right? So it will continue to erode here. Isn't it? It will continue to make it much more deeper. So after some time, what will you have here? This portion will be significantly deeper because of the downward erosion carried by the river. This portion will gain significant amount of depth as well. And the river will continue to erode, downward erosion will continue. Eventually, this erosion will continue and it will erode the igneous rocks as well here, right? Which portion of the igneous rock? The anticline, the uplifted portion of igneous rock, which otherwise here you would not have observed the river formation or any kind of erosion. But now, because you have sedimentary rock on top of it, and then the river has come into existence. So now if you observe it, you will observe that this sedimentary rock, where it has got a kind of an upfold, there it has been eroded. Isn't it? That seems a kind of unnatural. Something which is not natural. That kind of a stream which tends to erode a region despite the characteristics of the base rocks, the hard base rocks. The base rocks are also eroded in an area where you earlier would not have expected it. These kinds of streams are superimposed streams. Now, very quickly, let me take you back to the definition. So when we take a look at the definition, when a river flowing over a softer rock stratum, that is the sedimentary rock, reaches the harder basal rocks, that is the igneous rocks, but continues to follow the initial slope of erosion, It seems to have no relation whatsoever with the harder rock bed. This type of drainage is what is referred to as superimposed drainage. Right? The stream has got enough erosive power that it cuts its way through any kind of bedrock, maintaining its former drainage pattern. Maintaining the former drainage pattern. Now, let me take you to a more formalized image. So here you have the softer rocks. Soft rocks. And observe a kind of an anticline in the hard base rocks. Hard rocks. So you'll observe that the erosion is continued. The top surface of the rocks are eroded, and even the bottom hard rocks are eroded in a place where you would not have expected that kind of erosion had that sedimentary deposit not happened, had the river not originated after sedimentary deposits. So this kind of drainage is what? It is superimposed. Now, if I were to ask you a question, in which kind of landform will you come across this kind of a drainage? Will you come across this drainage in a newer landform which has been created recently, or a landform which is very, very old, which has gone through multiple different changes? What do you think? Very good. Always in older landform where you have hard base rocks. So in India, where do you find these older landforms? Do you find it in the northern plains, the Himalayas, or do you find it in the regions such as Chota Nagpur Plateau, etc.? Very good. It is in the Peninsular Plateau. So that is why this kind of drainage systems is what you find in the regions such as the Chota Nagpur Plateau. Few of the streams such as Subarna Rekha, etc., they indicate superimposed characteristics where they will continue to erode even the hard basal rocks. Okay? So that is basically your superimposed drainage. Prashant, if sedimentary well flows by river water wholly, then hard rock pattern will be followed. Now, how can the sedimentary flow completely? Even after that, it is not possible that the entire sheet of sedimentary rock is eroded. We are talking about large rocks. It is not a thin sheet which you can remove like a bed sheet, right? So if in one place you remove it, in other places they will still be in existence. Okay? So that is example of subsequent. Subsequent, you can take the example as River Yamuna, one of the examples of subsequent. Okay, so that is your superimposed. So this is a classification of the streams depending upon how they end up flowing. Now, then main types of drainage pattern. When we say drainage pattern, what do we mean by that? Pattern. Pattern indicates a kind of a geographical and a geometrical shape. So the river streams, when they flow, they indicate or they flow in a certain kind of a geometrical pattern. They can be absolutely randomized. They can have a kind of a flow where from one portion they are moving in all different directions, or as you can see, they can have a kind of a movement, right, like this. So this is what is drainage pattern, and drainage pattern is dependent on the various factors such as the ground topography, the nature of the rocks which are present in a region, the erosive or the erosional capacity of the rocks, how whether they can be eroded easily or not. So all those end up determining the drainage patterns. So you have various different drainage patterns. This is something relevant only for your prelims. Relevant only for your prelims. Okay. So here we take a look at few of the drainage patterns. For example, dendritic. Dendritic pattern is basically where the river does not follow any particular fixed shape. So it will have a kind of a pattern which is absolutely going to be very randomized. Like the branches of the tree or the roots of the tree. Wherever there is a slope, the river shall follow. That is dendritic. Now, if this is dendritic, that indicates, or the river is flowing wherever the slope is, that means what can we say about the rocks? That means the rocks are uniform. They can be eroded anywhere, and that too at the same rate. We can say that. So that is the characteristic of the dendritic pattern. You'll find this where you have a uniform rock bed. So found where you have uniformity of rock surface, meaning you have equal erosional capacity. Erosional capacity, that is, from all the areas it can be eroded equivalently. That is your dendritic pattern. Indus, Godavari, Mahanadi. This example is a satellite image. This is a satellite image of a dendritic pattern of the very mighty river, that is river Brahmaputra. So here observe, they are following the slope any which way possible. Right? They are following the kind of a slope. Then we have a trellis drainage pattern. Now this is slightly unique in the sense that here you will find that if this is the river, basically, you will have the primary tributaries which are parallel to each other. Primary tributaries which are parallel to each other. And the secondary tributaries, they join the primary tributaries at right angles. Right? So if this is the river flow, if let's say this is the river flow, the primary tributaries will mostly be parallel to each other. And the secondary tributaries will be joining them at right angles. Right? So that is a trellis drainage pattern. So here, if you look at this one, this is your trellis drainage pattern. Now, when does it develop? It develops in an area where you have an alternate arrangement of hard rock, followed by a soft rock, followed by a hard rock, followed by a soft rock, followed by a hard rock, and so on. So wherever you have the presence of the soft rocks, for example, the tributaries, the rivers will flow and the hard rocks won't be eroded. So in this case, you will observe the flow. So here the river is flowing, and here observe that these areas where they are not eroded means these are the regions where you have the hard rocks, and the soft rock portion is the one which is significantly eroded, easily eroded. Right? So that is what you have as the trellis pattern. Trellis drainage pattern. Okay, so trellis drainage pattern will again be observed in very old areas. For example, in the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau, also in some areas of Karnataka Plateau, you will observe it. So develops where sedimentary rocks have been folded or tilted and then eroded to varying degrees in such a sense where you have alternate arrangement of hard and soft rocks. Alternate arrangement of hard and soft rocks. So the primary tributaries of rivers flow parallel to each other, secondary tributaries join them at right angles. Then you have the radial drainage pattern. In the case of the radial drainage pattern, the point of origin is generally, again, if I take you back to the image, this is the example of a radial drainage pattern, where generally from the central point, you will have rivers which are originating and they move in different directions altogether. From the same central point, the river originates and it drains differently in different various directions. That is a radial drainage pattern, generally across a mountainous area. That is where you will observe that is where you will have one of the mountainous regions. So a river will originate from here. Let's say it flows in this direction. A river originates from here, flows in a different direction. That is your radial drainage. So the streams radiate outwards from a central high point. So for example, volcanoes basically exhibit a very good example of radial drainage, and this is also something observed across various domes and laccoliths, where from one central point the river is originating and one is moving in this direction, other moving in the other direction, and so on. So here, for example, from the region around the Amarkantak area, that is where you will have multiple rivers, multiple systems which originate, and basically for example, from the same Amarkantak region, you will have the origin of Son, you will have the origin of Narmada. So Son travels north, meets river Ganga, Narmada drains to the west, enters into Arabian Sea. So from the region of Amarkantak, you have both Narmada and Son. Okay? Then centripetal. Centripetal, basically when we talk about centripetal force is a force acting towards the center. So centripetal is exactly the opposite of radial, almost the opposite of radial. In the case of radial, we observed what? That from one central point, everything is flowing outwards. In the case of centripetal, you have from all different areas, water is coming towards the central point. So obviously you cannot have large rivers draining into the central point because they carry too much water. So generally this is observed in small streams in the region where you have mountains all the sides. So where you have mountainous areas on all the sides, let's suppose, mountainous regions from all the sides, let's suppose. Right? So if you have mountainous regions from all sides, let's suppose small streams originate and they drain into the central depression or the central pool. That is what is a centripetal drainage system. So where the only exception that radial drainage flows out versus the centripetal drainage flows in from all directions into a lake or a depression. Generally, you will have smaller streams. Smaller streams exhibit this. Because larger streams, they are too big for this. They cannot exhibit this kind of a characteristic. Then in areas, for example, when you consider Narmada, we do know that river Narmada flows in between the Vindhyas and the Satpura, right? We do know that you have the Vindhyas and the Satpura and the river Narmada drains in between. So from these ranges, you will have basically small streams which will originate and they will meet the river. So that is what is a pinnate. Pinnate basically represents or resembles that kind of a vein of a leaf. So when we have a leaf structure, what is the geometrical shape? The geometrical shape associated is somewhat like this. So basically, when you have a kind of ranges and a river flows in between them, so small streams will continue to meet them at smaller angles, acute angles. So here they will continue to meet at acute angles here, right? They will continue to meet at acute angles. They are coming from a range and they are flowing down. So that is your pinnate drainage pattern. Now, can we have the same river exhibiting multiple different types of patterns? What do you think? Can the same river exhibit multiple different types of drainage patterns? Yes, absolutely yes. Because from the start to the end, that river can encounter different types of topographical features. So at different locations, they will always be able to indicate varying kind of the drainage patterns as well. That is something which should be absolutely clear. Now here we come to pinnate basically is When you have, let's say, a river which is surrounded by two ranges from both sides, and you have the small streams which come and join that at small angles. Okay. Now, then we have the portion of river systems of India. So, and the forest as well we will cover. What is relevant in the forest? I'll tell you when we get there. But in the river systems of India, prepare yourself to answer questions in the prelims for major rivers, important rivers and their tributaries. Major rivers and tributaries. Then water security in the country. So why is it you face water scarcity? What can be done to provide water security? Then flooding of rivers, why does it happen? And also the case of interlinking of rivers. Okay, that is basically the portion relevant for your mains and your prelims. Okay. Now, India is a land which is blessed with many, many different rivers. And rivers are very, very important for life, be it for domestic consumption, be it for agricultural purposes, be it for your daily livelihood. Rivers are essential. That is why majority of the civilizations, they have basically germinated across the river systems. Take the case of the Harappan civilization. It is also referred to as the Indus Valley civilization, isn't it? Because it developed across river Indus. Take the case of the Egyptian civilization. It developed across river Nile. Take the case of the Mesopotamian civilization. It developed across river Euphrates and Tigris. So civilizations came into existence because of the rivers. That is why rivers are referred to as the cradle of civilizations. They give birth to civilizations. That is how important they are. Historically, these rivers have served the purposes not only as life providers, they have also helped us in terms of movement of men, people, and resources. For example, if you take a look at the various different regions in India, people used to navigate through the river systems. Very easily, they would navigate from one region to another with the help of these rivers. One of the reasons why around the 3rd century BC, 4th century BC, and 2nd century BC, if you consider one of the reasons why Patliputra and the Magadhan Empire was so mighty, was because of river Ganga and the kind of facility that it has. Because if you consider the region of Patliputra, from here, you have the ability, or the people had the ability to move in all directions. They could move east, west, north, south, in all directions. They would move from the region of Patliputra through the river Ganga. And that is why it was almost impossible to attack Patliputra. And the forces could be mobilized. That is why it was referred to as a water fortress of sorts. You will study in your ancient history books that Patliputra was also referred to as Jaladurg, or a water fortress. So rivers have been life-giving. Take the case of the mighty Chola Empire. Now they had their capital city at Urayur on the banks of river Kaveri. Now through Urayur, they could basically ship all the grains, all the cotton that they would grow, and they would take it to the region of Bay of Bengal, and then they would ship it to various areas of Southeast Asia. And from there, from their capital city, they could basically sail into the Bay of Bengal, and their armies could be deployed and mobilized as well. Even if you come to the Middle Ages, that is during the time of the Mughals, if you read about Humayun, his life story is also full of masala and full of entertainment. Basically, even during the time of Humayun, when his forces met a kind of an unexpected defeat at the hands of Sher Shah Suri, the entire royal family, they could escape Through the river system. So river systems have always been beneficial and helpful. They have been utilized and they have been used for multiple different purposes. It is only recently where we have started using rivers as dumping ground for waste and dead bodies. Historically, whether you belong from the northern part of the country, the southern part of the country, the easternmost or the westernmost part of the country, in the local customs and traditions, everywhere. That is why India is so unique. In all the various local customs and traditions, you will find that rivers have been worshipped. Even in temple architecture, when you study art and culture, you will find that the various yakshas present in temple architecture, they represented the river systems. Rivers have always been revered. It is only recently where we have polluted them, where for us, rivers are nothing but a kind of an obstacle that we have to cross. So that is the importance of rivers in our lives. And that is the importance of maintaining the flow and the natural system of the rivers. Now, when we come to the geographical aspect, this is a civilizational aspect. When we come to the geographical aspect, so in India, you will observe that river systems either drain into the region of Arabian Sea or they drain into the region of Bay of Bengal. So you can divide the river systems that they drain into Arabian Sea or the regions which drain into the Bay of Bengal. But that would not be the proper classification of river systems of India. Because in the same Bay of Bengal, you have river Ganga and Brahmaputra, mighty rivers of Ganga and Brahmaputra which also come in. And you have the mighty rivers of peninsular India, that is Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, which also come in. But the features and the characteristics of Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, when you compare it to Ganga and Brahmaputra, they are very different. One is fed from the melting of the snow, other is fed from the rainfall. So that is not an apt classification. So that is why the general classification that is observed is the classification in the form of the Himalayan rivers as well as the peninsular rivers, right? So is the audio okay, guys? Please let me know. Is it okay? Is there any disturbance? Okay, perfect. So that is why you will observe that the rivers are basically classified into Himalayan rivers and the peninsular rivers. The Himalayan rivers, generally, they come down from very high mountain peaks. They have a flow, they have a speed, so they will have a greater erosional power. They get their water due to melting of snow, so water will be available throughout the year. Whereas the peninsular rivers, they are flowing through the oldest regions of the country. They are very old. They have been flowing much before the origin of the Himalayas themselves, right? And these rivers, they get their water from rainfall. So they are seasonal in nature in terms of the availability of water, right? The availability of water increases in certain seasons and decreases in the other seasons. So that is the proper classification, the Himalayan river system and the peninsular river system. So Indian drainage system may be divided on various bases. On the basis of discharge of water, that where the water empties itself, you can classify it into Arabian Sea drainage and the Bay of Bengal drainage. But that is not particularly apt. But if in this case, if you think about it, then the rivers which drain into Arabian Sea and the rivers which drain into Bay of Bengal, they can be thought to be separated by the Aravalis and the Western Ghats, isn't it? So the Delhi Ridge, the Aravalis and the Sahyadris, that is the Western Ghats, they separate these. But the ideal differentiation of the classification is the Himalayan drainage and the peninsular drainage. Okay, is there a lot of audio disturbance? Is the audio available to you guys? Is the audio available now, guys? Okay, I won't move. Okay. So basically that is classified into the Himalayan drainage and the peninsular drainage. So the river systems which originate from the Himalayan region, that forms the part of the Himalayan drainage. The river systems which originate in the peninsular part of the country, that is referred to as the peninsular drainage. Now all of them will have their unique characteristics that you will experience. Each of them will have their own set of unique characteristics. So basically, when we talk about the Himalayan drainage, the rivers are going to be younger, isn't it? They are going to come down a slope. So when the rivers are going to come down, they are going to flow with significant amount of velocity, right? So when the rivers are going to fall with a significant velocity, they will have a speed. So younger rivers significant speed, as a result of which greater erosional power, as a result of which more deposition as well, because more you erode, the more you are able to deposit, more erosion, more deposition as well. These are fed by the melting of snow and glaciers, So they will form all the various different types of landforms that we have studied. They will be able to shift their courses. They will have a lot of water also. Large amount of water will be carried. Large volume of water will be carried. Right? And they will develop very large plains. Very deep valleys, gorges, all of them you will find to be in existence in the case of the Himalayan river system or the Himalayan drainage. But what about the other cases? When we talk about the Himalayan drainage, few of the rivers also in the case of the Himalayas, they have a unique feature where they can shift their courses or they tend to change their path and the region where they are flowing. Ideal case in point for this is the example of river Kosi, also referred to as the sorrow of Bihar. River Kosi is notorious in that area. All of you who have been following national headlines and national news stories for some time, you would be aware of the damage and destruction that river Kosi ends up causing in that entire area. So example, this is basically the path of river Kosi. Observe this. Here you will observe various different years which are written. So that tells you the path that river Kosi has taken in different years. 1731, river was flowing here. Then basically in 1800s, the river started following through here. Then basically it started following through here. So it has been changing its path, changing its flow, shifting its course. Imagine you are living in an area today and you do know, maybe you don't even know, that 100 years before river was flowing through this area. And now you are, let's say, 250 kilometers away from where the river has flowed 100 years back. Suddenly, one night, you find that the river starts flowing with full velocity in the region where you live. Imagine the scale of destruction and devastation that will follow. That is the damage which is caused by river Kosi. Why is it that the river changes its path? So that is because if you observe it, observe in this area, the path is not changing significantly. It is in these regions where the variation is for a significant distance of 200 kilometers almost. So why is it that the river will shift its course? So that is because of excessive amount of sediment and silt that the river carries. So understand, suppose this is the kind of a region and this is the river flow. This is the river channel, let's assume. This is where the river is flowing, right? You have trees, villages nearby, right? Now, these Himalayan rivers, basically, they will be carrying enough amount of sediments as well. These Himalayan rivers, they will be carrying enough amount of sedimentary deposits. Now, during the rainy season, the flow in these rivers increase. As the flow increases, so does the amount of sediments that they are carrying. Now, where will these sediments be deposited? Mostly in the river channel themselves. Let's assume this is where the sediments are getting deposited. Frequent such depositions that is happening. Now, over a period of time, let's say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, this has happened, 4 years, 5 years. Nobody has taken care of these excess sediments. After 5 years, let's say, again the rainy season has come. Now, the river channel doesn't have the capacity to carry enough water, let alone the excess sediments. So in those situations, the river will stop flowing from this area. If it finds another low-lying area, it will start flowing from this area itself. This will become the newer river channel. This will become the newer river channel. And the river will stop flowing from the older region altogether. So that is why, due to excessive sedimentation, due to excessive obstruction provided by these sediments, eventually the river channel doesn't have the capacity to carry enough amount of water, right? The volume of water which is present in the river channel is obstructed. So that is when the river forms its own new path. And that is what causes immense amount of destruction and devastation, to say the least. This is why the rivers have been shifting in the case of Himalayan rivers. This is not observed in peninsular region. Why? Because in peninsular area, you have hard igneous rocks which have been present there for hundreds, thousands and millions of years. The river does not have that much amount of eroded materials, and secondly, the rivers, they can never in their wildest dreams, they can imagine that we will be able to erode a new igneous rock in a new area altogether. That is beyond their wildest imagination. That is why in peninsular region, they will always be flowing from the same area. They will be following the same kind of path as well. Okay? And this is also one of the reasons why you will observe frequent floods in the Himalayan drainage. Mostly in the region around the plains of Bihar, that is the lower Ganga plains, Bihar, West Bengal, Assam. There you will find frequent flood damage. The Himalayan rivers keep on flooding intermittently, and the floods are when, I don't know how many of you have lived in an area, or how many of you have experienced floods in the real life scenario. There are very few natural calamities which are as scary as a devastating flood of the Himalayan rivers. It covers the entirety of the tract. Many of the times you won't be able to differentiate where the river channel is or where the land is flooded. That is how bad the scenario is. When a flood comes, people, lives, they are lost. And for no fault of their own. An individual living in that area, that person's only fault is that person has been born and is living in that area. That is his only fault. But their lives are lost. So this is one of the worst calamities that can happen. And the bad part about it is this can be prevented, but we don't prevent it. Why? Because of the lackadaisical attitude of the administration, of the politicians. Still today, after 75 years of independence, still West Bengal gets ravaged by flood, still Bihar gets ravaged and destroyed by flood, still Assam gets destroyed by floods. In the case of Assam, still you can understand that, okay, it is the mighty Brahmaputra, and Brahmaputra carries enough amount of water, and that huge amount of water, still it is okay. But it is not justified that why you have not been able to construct enough defense mechanisms in the region of Arunachal to stop that flood. But in the region of Bihar, in the region of West Bengal, nowadays, in the region of even the reaches of Andhra Pradesh, even the region of Telangana, which is otherwise scarce of water, Telangana doesn't have enough water there. But Godavari keeps on flooding that region. There is no excuse for that. So why is it that the rivers, particularly the Himalayan rivers, why is it that they flood so frequently? So basically, something happens both in the mountainous areas as well as in the plain region. So when we talk about it, okay, is it some disturbance or is it that the audio is not available at all? Some disturbance? Can you withstand that disturbance? Or is it absolutely intolerable that, oh my God, it's better that I simply do something, I jump out of the building with this? Please tolerate for 10 more minutes, then we'll put an end to this misery as the class will end. Okay? Please try to tolerate it. If not, just observe the images which we draw. So basically, when we talk about the floods, that generally occur during the rainy season. So during the rainy season, when we talk about it, in the mountainous areas, as the river starts or initiates its flow from the mountainous areas, it will carry a lot of sediments as well. Lot of sediments will be carried by these rivers, isn't it? Now, during the rainy season, you will have immense amount of cloud formation as well. Huge amount of cloud and huge amount of rainfall will also occur. Now, as this huge and high amount of rainfall occurs, suddenly the flow in this river is going to increase almost exponentially. The flow in this river is going to increase almost exponentially. Now, when the flow is basically increasing exponentially, then what happens? Basically, in that case, the river will have the ability to erode more. When suddenly the flow has increased, the amount of water has increased, that means the river will be able to erode more as well. And when the river is able to erode more, means it will carry more substances along with it, right? So in the plain regions, what is it that you observe? If this is the river channel, right? If this is the river channel, this is the flow of the water. Basically, here you will have those deposits. So just like in the case of shifting of rivers, in the river channel, now you don't have enough space available for the flow of water as well. You don't have enough space available. So when there is not enough space available for the flow, what will happen to the water? If let's say this is the flood plain, here, if this is the flood plain, here you have sedimentation. Let's suppose you have villages. So the water will start to overflow. And that is when it will be able to create floods. It will flood the entire region. And it brings about a huge loss of life and property. Huge loss of life and property. So what do? We need to stop this. As a country which aims to be the superpower in the coming decades, we cannot afford to have our people dying because the rivers have flooded. Why? Because there is no accurate prediction which has been provided to them. So what can be the measures to mitigate this? First of all, we can build enough dams, storage structures to prevent that excess water. We can have better prediction systems, better Doppler radars, right? So if we talk about the measures to prevent the flood, we can have better prediction mechanisms. In the form of better radar systems. Doppler radars give you an idea about how much rainfall is to be brought by the cloud as well, not just where the clouds are present. More Doppler radars. Then regular cleaning of the river channel, that is desiltation, right? Then construction of embankments on the side, construction of embankments, on sides of river channel. Then construction of dams, interlinking of rivers so that excess water is carried into other river channels. Okay, these are few of the measures which can be taken. Now, I hope that as responsible citizens, you will have this question in your mind that why is it not done? If this can be done, why is it not done? Because of the political compulsions. If you belong to these areas which are ravaged by floods, you will observe that the politics in those areas plays out very differently. Even the administration, the bureaucrats, any of your seniors, any of your colleagues or seniors who have been deployed in those areas as SDMs or district magistrates in those areas, ask them how frustrating it is. You read everything about saving human lives, about ethics in civil services, everything. But in front of their very own eyes, they observe that people, they get impacted. Why? First of all, the money required for this dredging and desiltation, removing of this sediment, they will say that the money required is huge. But every time a flood occurs, the loss is in tunes of billions of dollars. But then, What appears good politically is not that I have cleaned this river. No. What appears good is, in case of a flood, I have disbursed this much amount of relief material. That is what the effort has been, sadly. The prediction system is so vague. The meteorological department, when it sends a prediction to the districts, they will send a prediction that there is going to be rainfall and the water level is going to rise. Now, immediately you start evacuation that the water level is going to rise because the Indian Meteorological Department has sent a notice. And the water level rises by how much? 1 centimeter. The local people, they stop trusting you anymore. Next time when the same notice comes that the water level is going to rise, you don't pay that much attention, but this time the water level rises by 2-3 meters, creating floods for 50-100 kilometers of radius. That is where we have to get our act together. This does not behove a country like India to experience this damaging kind of floods. Because our priorities, even today you will see, the priorities are how to limit the damage of the floods. The priority is very rarely, in very few cases, the priority is how to prevent this flood. This has to be taken at the most urgent level. And I hope when you become the administrators, you have the wherewithal and the foresight to bring a kind of a change to it. Because this claims innocent lives every year. Right now, imagine there would be many villages who are experiencing very hot conditions. They are reeling under intense summer. Little do people know in those villages that 4 months from now, they will be devastated by the floods. Their cattle, their house, the property that they have built, all their hard-earned money, the people, what they call family, that can be lost forever. Imagine that, and you will understand the pain caused by these floods. So that is where we'll end the session for today. And I hope that the mic disturbance, the audio disturbance was not too much of a debilitating or a limiting factor. We'll continue tomorrow from this particular portion, and then we will finish the portion as we move ahead. Interlinking of the rivers, it transfers the excess water from this river channel, any excess water, to a water channel which is generally drier. Right? At the same time, not all the rivers experience floods. Some of the rivers experience, while the other rivers, they have a capacity to adjust more water. So that is what interlinking can achieve. Shruti, where more floods take place, whether in always Himalayan drainage? Yes, Prashant, that is true. In the case of interlinking as well, the level of politics at play is beyond reckoning if you take a look into it. Shivam, only the portion of current affairs. Vijay, sadly, no. Penetrate drainage system, Jasveer, is when you have a river flowing in between the two ranges of mountain system. So you have tributaries, small tributaries joining at small angles. Yes, Pranay. Vijay, why we can't change the political system? Because the people, they are not brought in by the aliens. They are chosen from our own society. So it is our society which we have to change if you think about it. Yes, Karthik, that is correct. Pratyaksh, Eastern Ghats, they have been created historically once you had the creation of these individual plateaus. So their boundary regions, they have constructed or they have created those ranges and those ghat features. Radial drainage, Baldev, from the same uphill portion, if you have rivers which originate and move in all different directions, that is radial drainage. XY, I would suggest that you should go for a first-hand reading of a newspaper so that you identify what is important and not, and then look at the analysis. That will better reinforce your confidence as well. Abhishek, that will be sand mafias. They see the sand mining. Desiltation is okay, but sand mining eventually they will dredge it so much that the groundwater also gets depleted. Sand mining is not a solution. Eventually, it will deplete the groundwater. That region becomes water scarce after some time. Ganesh, on these topics, we'll discuss the PYQs on Friday. No, Sukanya, that is not true. That is something found only on social media. Webhub, because of the cost involved and also the lack of funds in many of the places and also lack of political will to some extent. Yes, Megha, you can. Prashant, because that is the officers who is their boss. It is the elected leaders, isn't it? So that is where we'll conclude it today. We'll meet again tomorrow where we continue. Any of your questions left unanswered, please write to me or write to us at IS Live. Our SMEs are still here and they will get back to you with those answers. Till we meet again tomorrow, take care of yourself. Good night and have a goodbye.